All right, good evening, everybody. This is maybe just a quick reminder for those of you watching on YouTube. I know it's never fun to have something that you want to hear interrupted by commentary and discussion and such, but these are live broadcasts, and I do need to give people a chance to both come in as well as, just kind of set the table. So, as always, chances are you'll have read or heard the other two parts in this series, but it is live, which means that I will make mistakes and occasionally I will need to repeat certain parts. I am going to try and keep the interruptions to a minimum, but I should also just warn everyone that I have I'm going to probably need to step away from the screen. I'll try and give it a couple of chapters. It shouldn't take too long to move back, but I thought I would get that out of the way sort of at the very start. I'm also just going to take a quick second here to get a quick drink and get to the right section of the book, and we'll be ready to go right after that. It is also possible, I think we have about 70 pages left, which is considerably less than we've had to read. So we're up to page 234. So it's possible that this video may be a bit shorter than the other ones. I'm not sure what to do with the extra time. I think that'll largely depend on how our conversation goes. But we probably won't go into another game by the end of the evening. We'll see how it goes, though. All right, 1984 by George Orwell, Part 3. Chapter 1. He did not know where he was. Presumably he was in the Ministry of Love, but there was no way of making certain. He was in a high-ceilinged, windowless cell with walls of glittering white porcelain. Concealed lamps flooded it with cold light, and there was a low, steady humming sound, which he supposed had something to do with the air supply. A bench, or shelf, just wide enough to sit on, ran around the wall, broken only by the door, and at the end opposite the door, a lavatory pan with no wooden seat. There were 4 telescreens, one on each wall. There was a dull aching in his belly. It had been there ever since they had bundled him into a closed van and driven him away. But he was also hungry, with a gnawing, unwholesome kind of hunger. It might be 24 hours since he had eaten. It might be 36. He still did not know, probably never would know, whether it had been morning or evening when they had arrested him. Since he was arrested, he had not been fed. He sat as still as he could on the narrow bench, with his hands crossed on his knee. He had already learned to sit still. If you made unexpected movements, they yelled at you from the telescreen. But the craving for food was growing upon him. What he longed for above all was a piece of bread. He had an idea that there was a few breadcrumbs in the pocket of his overalls. It was even possible, he thought, this because from time to time something seemed to tickle his leg. There might be a sizable bit of crust there. In the end, the temptation to find out overcame his fear. He slipped his hand into his pocket. "Smith!" yelled a voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Hands out of your pockets in the cells. He sat still again, his hand crossed on his knee. Before being brought here, he had been taken to another place, which must have been an ordinary prison or a temporary lockup used by the patrols. He did not know how long he had been there. Some hours at any rate, with no clocks and no daylight. It was hard to gauge the time. It was a noisy, evil-smelling place. They'd put him into a cell similar to the one that he was now in, but filthily dirty and at times crowded by 10 or 15 people. The majority of them were common criminals, but there were a few political prisoners among them. He had sat silent against the wall, jostled by dirty bodies, too preoccupied by fear and the pain in his belly to take much interest in his surroundings, but still noticing the astonishing difference in demeanor between the party prisoners and the others. The party prisoners were always silent and terrified, but the ordinary criminals seemed to care nothing for anybody. They yelled insults at the guards, fought back fiercely when their belongings were impounded, wrote obscene words on the floor, ate smuggled food which they produced from mysterious hiding places in their clothes, and even shouted down the telescreen when it tried to restore order. On the other hand, some of them seemed to be on good terms with the guards, called them by nicknames, and tried to wheedle cigarettes through the spy hole in the door. The guards, too, treated the common criminals with a certain forbearance, even when they had to handle them roughly. There was much talk about the forced labor camps to which most of the prisoners expected to be sent. It was all right in the camps, he gathered, so long as you had good contacts and knew the ropes. There was bribery, favoritism, and racketeering of every kind. There was homosexuality and prostitution. There was even illicit alcohol distilled from potatoes. The positions of trust were given only to the common criminals, especially the gangsters and the murderers, who formed a sort of aristocracy. All the dirty jobs were done by the politicals. There was a constant come and go of prisoners of every description: drug peddlers, thieves, bandits, black marketeers, drunks, prostitutes. Some of the drunks were so violent that the other prisoners had to combine to suppress them. An enormous wreck of a woman, aged about 60, with great tumbling breasts and thick coils of white hair, which had come down in her struggles, was carried in, kicking and shouting, by 4 guards who had to hold her, one at each corner. They wrenched off the boots with which she had been trying to kick them, and dumped her down across Winston's lap, almost breaking his thigh bones. The woman hoisted herself upright, and followed them out with a yell of, "Bastards!" Then, noticing that she was sitting on something uneven, she slid off Winston's knees and onto the bench. "Beg pardon, dearie," she said. "I wouldn't have sat on you, only the buggers put me there. They don't know how to treat a lady, do they?" She paused, patted her breast, and belched. "Pardon," she said. "Ain't myself, quite." She leant forward and vomited copiously on the floor. "That's better," she said, leaning back with closed eyes. "Never keep it down, that's what I say. Get it up while it's fresh on your stomach, like." She revived, turned to take another look at Winston, and seemed immediately to take a fancy to him. She put her vast arm around his shoulder and drew him towards her, breathing beer and vomit into his face. "What's your name, dearie?" she said. "Smith," said Winston. "Smith," said the woman. "That's funny. My name's Smith, too. Why," she added sentimentally, "I might be your mother." She might, thought Winston, be his mother. She was about the right age and physique, and it was probable that people changed somewhat after 20 years in a forced labor camp. No one else had spoken to him. To a surprising extent, the ordinary criminals ignored the party prisoners. The pollets, they called them, with a sort of uninterested contempt. The party prisoners seemed terrified of speaking to anybody, and above all of speaking to one another. Only once, when 2 party members, both women, were pressed close together on the bench, he overheard amid the din of voices a few hurriedly whispered words, and in particular a reference to something called Room 101, which he did not understand. It might be 2 or 3 hours ago that they had brought him here. The dull pain in his belly never went away, but sometimes it grew better and sometimes worse, and his thoughts expanded or contracted accordingly. When it grew worse, he thought only of the pain itself and of his desire for food. When it grew better, panic took hold of him. There were moments when he foresaw the things that would happen to him with such acuity that his heart galloped and his breath stopped. He felt the smash of truncheons on his elbows and iron-shod boots on his shin. He saw himself groveling on the floor, screaming for mercy through broken teeth. He hardly thought of Julia. He could not fix his mind on her. He loved her and would not betray her, but that was only a fact known as he knew the rules of arithmetic. He felt no love for her, and he hardly even wondered what was happening to her. He thought oftener of O'Brien, with a flickering of hope. O'Brien must know that he had been arrested. The Brotherhood, he had said, never tried to save its members. But there was the razor blade. They could send the razor blade if they could. There would be perhaps 5 seconds before the guards would rush into his cell. The blade would bite into him with a sort of burning coldness, and even the fingers that held it would be cut to the bone. Everything came back to his sick body, which shrank trembling from the smallest pain. He was not certain that he would use the razor blade even if he got the chance. It was more natural to exist from moment to moment, accepting another 10 minutes' life, even with the certainty that there was torture at the end of it. Sometimes he tried to calculate the number of porcelain bricks in the walls of the cell. It should have been easy, but he always lost count at some point or another. More often he wondered where he was, at what time of day it was. At one moment he felt certain that it was broad daylight outside, and at the next equally certain that it was pitch darkness. In this place, he knew instinctively, the lights would never be turned out. It was the place with no darkness. He saw now why O'Brien had seemed to recognize the illusion. In the Ministry of Love, there were no windows. His cell might be at the heart of the building or against its outer wall. It might be 10 floors below ground or 30 above it. He moved himself mentally from place to place and tried to determine by the feeling of his body whether he was perched high in the air or buried deep underground. There was the sound of marching boots outside. The steel door opened with a clang. A young officer, a trim black uniformed figure who seemed to glitter all over with polished leather, and whose pale, straight-featured face was like a wax mask, stepped smartly through the doorway. He motioned to the guards outside to bring in the prisoner they were leading. The poet Ampleforth shambled into the cell. The door clanged shut again. Ampleforth made 1 or 2 uncertain movements from side to side, as though having some idea that there was another door to go out of, and then began to wander up and down the cell. He had not yet noticed Winston's presence. His troubled eyes were gazing at the wall about a meter above the level of Winston's head. He was shoeless. Large, dirty toes were sticking out of the holes in his socks. He was also several days away from a shave. A scrubby beard covered his face to the cheekbones, giving him an air of ruffianism that went oddly with his large, weak frame and nervous movements. Winston roused himself a little from his lethargy. He must speak to Ampleforth and risk a yell from the telescreen. It was conceivable that Ampleforth was the bearer of the razor blade. "Ampleforth," he said. There was no yell from the telescreen. Ampleforth paused, mildly startled. His eyes focused themselves slowly on Winston. "Ah, Smith," he said. "You too." "What are you in for?" "Tell you the truth." He sat down awkwardly on the bench opposite Winston. "There is only one offense, is there not?" he said. "And you have committed it?" "Apparently I have." He put a hand to his forehead and pressed his temples for a moment, as though trying to remember something. "These things happen," he began vaguely. "I've been able to recall one's instance, a possible instance. It was an indiscretion, undoubtedly. We were producing a definitive edition of the poems of Kipling. I allowed the word God to remain at the end of a line. I could not help it," he added, almost indignantly, raising his face to look at Winston. "It was impossible to change the line. The rhyme was rod. Do you realize that there are only 12 rhymes to rod in the entire language? For days I racked my brains. There was no other rhyme." The expression on his face changed. The annoyance passed out of it, and for a moment he looked almost pleased. A sort of intellectual warmth, the joy of a pedant who had found out some useless fact, shone through the dirt and scrubby hair. "Has it ever occurred to you," he said, "that the whole history of English poetry has been determined by the fact that the English language lacks rhymes?" No, that particular thought had never occurred to Winston, nor in the circumstances did it strike him as very important or interesting. "Do you know what time of day it is?" he said. Ampleforth looked startled again. "I hardly thought about it. They arrested me. It could be 2 days ago? Perhaps 3. His eyes flitted around the walls, as though he half expected to find a window somewhere. "There's no difference between night and day in this place. I do not see how one can calculate the time." They talked desultorily for some minutes, and then, without apparent reason, a yell from the telescreen bade them be silent. Winston sat quietly, his hands crossed. Ampleforth, too large to sit in comfort on the narrow bench, fidgeted from side to side, clasping his lank hands first round one knee, then round the other. The telescreen barked at him to keep still. Time passed. 20 minutes. An hour. It was difficult to judge. Once more there was a sound of boots outside. Winston's entrails contracted. Soon, very soon, perhaps in 5 minutes, perhaps now, the tramp of boots would mean that his own turn had come. The door opened. The cold-faced young officer stepped into the cell. The brief movement of his hand, he indicated Ampleforth. "Room 101, he said. Ampleforth marched clumsily out between the guards, his face vaguely perturbed but uncomprehending. What seemed like a long time passed. The pain in Winston's belly had revived. His mind sagged round and round on the same track, like a ball falling again and again into the same series of slots. He had only 6 thoughts: the pain in his belly, a piece of bread, the blood and the screaming, O'Brien, Julia, the razor blade. There was another spasm in his entrails. The heavy boots were approaching. As the door opened, the wave of air that is created brought in a powerful smell of cold sweat. Parsons walked into the cell. He was wearing khaki shorts and a sports shirt. This time Winston was startled into self-forgetfulness. "You here?" he said. Parsons gave Winston a glance in which there was neither interest nor surprise, but only misery. He began walking jerkily up and down, evidently unable to keep still. Each time he straightened his pudgy knees, it was apparent that they were trembling. His eyes had a wide-open, staring look, as though he could not prevent himself from gazing at something in the middle distance. "What are you in for?" said Winston. "Thought crime," said Parsons, almost blubbering. The tone of his voice implied at once a complete admission of his guilt and a sort of incredulous horror that such a word could be applied to himself. He paused opposite Winston and began eagerly appealing to him. "You don't think they'll shoot me, do you, old chap? They don't shoot you if you haven't really done anything. Only thoughts which you can't help? I know that they give you a fair hearing. Oh, I trust them for that. They'll know my record, won't they? You know what kind of chap I was. Not a bad chap in my way. Not brainy, of course, but keen. I tried to do my best for the party, didn't I? I'll get off with the 5 years, don't you think? Or even 10 years? A chap like me could make himself pretty useful in the labor camp. They won't shoot me for going off the rails just once." "Are you guilty?" said Winston. "Of course I'm guilty," cried Parsons with a servile glance at the telescreen. "You don't think the party would arrest an innocent man, do you?" His frog-like face grew calmer, and even took on a slightly sanctimonious expression. "Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man," he said sententiously. "It's insidious. It can get hold of you without your even knowing it. Do you know how it got hold of me? In my sleep. Yes, that's a fact. There I was, working away, trying to do my bit. Never knew I had any bad stuff in my mind at all. And then I started talking in my sleep. Do you know what they heard me saying?" He sank his voice, like someone who is obliged for medical reasons, to utter an obscenity. "Down with Big Brother. Yes, I said that. Said it over and over again, it seems. Between you and me, old man, I'm glad that they got me before it went any further. Do you know what I'm going to say to them when I go up to that tribunal? Thank you, I'm going to say. Thank you for saving me before it's too late." "Who denounced you?" said Winston. "It was my little daughter," said Parsons, with a sort of doleful pride. "She listened at the keyhole. Heard what I was saying and nipped off to the patrols the very next day. Pretty smart for a nipper of 7, eh? I don't bear her any grudge for it. In fact, I'm proud of her. It shows I brought her up in the right spirit, anyway." He made a few more jerky movements up and down several times, casting a longing glance at the lavatory pan. He suddenly ripped down his shorts. "Excuse me, old man," he said. "I can't help it. It's the waiting." He plumped his large posteriors onto the lavatory pan. Winston covered his face with his hands. "Smith!" yelled the voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Uncover your face. No face is covered in the cells." Winston uncovered his face. Parsons used the lavatory, loudly and abundantly. It then turned out that the plug was defective, and the cells stank abominably for hours afterwards. Parsons was removed. More prisoners came and went mysteriously. A woman was consigned to room 101, and, Winston noticed, seemed to shrivel and turn a different color when she heard the words. A time came when, if it had been morning when he was brought here, it would be afternoon. Or if it had been afternoon, it would be when it would be midnight. There were 6 prisoners in the cell, men and women. All sat very still. Opposite Winston, there sat a man with a chinless, toothy face, exactly like that of some large, harmless rodent. His fat, mottled cheeks were so pouched at the bottom that it was difficult not to believe that he had little stores of food tucked away there. His pale gray eyes flitted timorously from face to face, and turned quickly away again when he caught anyone's eye. The door opened, and another prisoner was brought in whose appearance set a momentary chill through Winston. He was a commonplace, mean-looking man, who might have been an engineer or a technician of some kind. But what was startling was the emaciation of his face. It was like a skull. Because of the thinness of the mouth, the eyes looked disproportionately large, and the eyes seemed filled with a murderous, unappeasable hatred of somebody or something. The man sat down on the bench at a little distance from Winston. Winston did not look at him again, but the tormented skull-like face was as vivid in his mind as though it had been straight in front of his eyes. Suddenly he realized what was the matter. The man was dying of starvation. The same thought seemed to occur almost simultaneously to everyone in the cell. There was a very faint stirring all the way around the bench. The eyes of the chinless man kept flitting towards the skull-faced man, then turning guiltily away, and then being dragged back by an irresistible attraction. Presently he began to fidget on his seat. At last he stood up, waddled clumsily across the cell, dug down into the pocket of his overalls, and, with an abashed air, held out a grimy piece of bread to the skull-faced man. There was a furious, deafening roar from the telescreen. The chinless man jumped in his tracks. The skull-faced man had quickly thrust his hands behind his back, as though demonstrating to all the world that he had refused the gift. "Bumstead!" roared the voice. 2713 Bumstead J. Let fall that piece of bread. The chinless man dropped the piece of bread on the floor. "Remain standing where you are," said the voice. "Face the door. Make no movement." The chinless man obeyed. His large pouchy cheeks were quivering uncontrollably. The door clanged open. As the young officer entered and stepped aside, there emerged from behind him a short, stumpy guard with enormous arms and shoulders. He took his stand opposite the chinless man, and then, at a signal from the officer, let free a frightful blow, with all the weight of his body behind it, full in the chinless man's mouth. The force of it seemed to almost to knock him clear of the floor. His body was flung across the cell and fetched up against the base of the lavatory seat. For a moment he lay as though stunned, with dark blood oozing from his mouth and nose. A very faint whimpering or squeaking, which seemed unconscious, came out of him. Then he rolled over and raised himself unsteadily onto his hands and knees. Amid a stream of blood and saliva, the two halves of a dental plate fell out of his mouth. The prisoners sat very still, their hands crossed on their knees. The chinless man climbed back into his place. Down on one side of his face, the flesh was darkening. His mouth had swollen into a shapeless cherry-colored mass, with a black hole in the middle of it. From time to time, a little blood dripped onto the breast of his overalls. His gray eyes still flitted from face to face, more guiltily than ever, as though he were trying to discover how much the others despised him for his humiliation. The door opened. With a small gesture, the officer indicated the skull-faced man. "Room 101, he said. There was a gasp and a flurry at Winston's side. The man had actually flung himself on his knees on the floor, with his hands clasped together. "Comrade! Officer!" he cried. "You don't have to take me to that place. Haven't I told you everything already? What else is it that you want to know? There's nothing I wouldn't confess. Nothing. Just tell me what it is, and I will confess it straight off. Write it down, and I'll sign anything. Not Room 101. "Room 101, said the officer. The man's face, already very pale, turned a color Winston would not have believed possible. It was definitively, unmistakably, a shade of green. "Do anything to me!" he yelled. "You've been starving me for weeks. Finish me off and let me die. Shoot me, hang me, sentence me to 25 years. Is there something else that you want me to give away? Just say who it is and I'll tell you anything that you want. I don't care who it is, and I don't care what you do to them. I've got a wife and 3 children. The biggest of them is 6 years old. You can take the whole lot of them and cut their throats in front of my eyes. I will stand by and watch it, but not Room 101. "Room 101, said the officer. The man looked frantically around at the other prisoners, as though with some idea that he could put another victim in his own place. His eyes settled on the smashed face of the chinless man. He flung out a lean arm. "That's the one you ought to be taking. Not me," he shouted. "Didn't you hear what he was saying after you bashed his face? Give me a chance, and I'll tell you every word of it. He's the one against the party, not me." The guard stepped forward. The man's voice rose to a shriek. "You didn't hear him!" he repeated. "Something went wrong with the telescreen. He's the one you want. Take him, not me." The 2 sturdy guards had stopped to take him by the arms. Just at this moment, he flung himself across the floor to the cell and grabbed one of the iron legs that supported the bench. He had set up a wordless howling like an animal. The guards took hold of him to wrench him loose, but he clung on with astonishing strength. For perhaps 20 seconds, they were hauling at him. The prisoners sat quiet, their hands crossed on their knees, looking straight in front of them. The howling stopped. The man had no breath left for anything except hanging on. Then there was a different kind of cry. A kick from the guard's boot had broken the fingers of one of his hands. They dragged him to his feet. "Room 101, said the officer. The man was led out, walking unsteadily, with a head sunken, nursing his crushed hand, all the fight gone out of him. A long time passed. If it had been midnight when the skull-faced man was taken away, it was morning. If morning, it was afternoon. Winston was alone, and had been alone for hours. The pain of sitting on the narrow bench was such that he often got up and walked about, unreproved by the telescreen. The piece of bread still lay where the chinless man had dropped it. At the beginning, it needed a hard effort not to look at it, but presently hunger gave way to thirst. His mouth was sticky and evil-tasting. The humming sound and the unvarying white light induced a sort of faintness, an empty feeling inside his head. He would get up because the ache in his bones was no longer bearable, and then would sit down again, almost at once because he was too dizzy to make sure of staying on his feet. Whenever his physical sensations were a little under control, the terror returned. Sometimes, with a fading hope, he thought of O'Brien and the razor blade. It was unthinkable that the razor blade might arrive concealed in his food, if he was ever fed. More dimly, he thought of Julia. Somewhere or other she was suffering, perhaps far worse than he. She might be screaming with pain at that moment. He thought, if I could save Julia by doubling my own pain, would I do it? Yes, I would. But that was merely an intellectual decision, taken because he knew that he ought to take it. He did not feel it. In this place you could not feel anything, except pain and the foreknowledge of pain. Besides, it was possible, when you were actually suffering it, to wish for any reason whatever that your own pain should increase. But that question was not answerable yet. The boots were approaching again. The door opened. O'Brien came in. Winston started to his feet. The shock of the sight had driven all caution out of him. For the first time in many years, he forgot the presence of the telescreen. "They got you too!" he cried. "They got me a long time ago," said O'Brien, with a mild, almost regretful irony. He stepped aside. From behind him there emerged a broad-chested guard with a long black truncheon in his hand. "You knew this, Winston," said O'Brien. "Don't deceive yourself. You did know it. You've always known it." Yes, he saw now. He had always known it. But there was no time to think of that. All he had eyes for was the truncheon in the guard's hand. It might fall anywhere. On the crown, on the tip of the ear, on the upper arm, on the elbow. At the elbow! He had slumped to his knees, almost paralyzed, clasping the stricken elbow with his other hand. Everything had exploded into yellow light. Inconceivable that one blow could cause such pain. The light cleared, and he could see the other two looking down at him. The guard was laughing at his contortions. One question, at any rate, was answered. Never, for any reason on earth, could you wish for an increase of pain. Of pain you could wish only one thing, that it should stop. Nothing in the world was so bad as physical pain. In the face of pain there are no heroes. No heroes, he thought over and over as he writhed on the floor, clutching uselessly at his disabled left arm. Chapter 2. He was laying on something that felt like a camp bed, except that it was higher off the ground, and that he was fixed down in some way that he could not move. Light that seemed stronger than usual was falling on his face. O'Brien was standing at his side, looking down at him intently. At the other side of him stood a man in a white coat, holding a hypodermic syringe. Even after his eyes were open, he took in his surroundings only gradually. He had the impression of swimming up into his room for some quite different world, a sort of underwater world far beneath it. How long he had been down there he did not know. Since the moment when they arrested him, he had not seen darkness or daylight. Besides, his memories were not continuous. There had been times when consciousness, even the sort of consciousness that one has in sleep, had stopped dead and started again after a blank interval. But whether the intervals were of days or weeks or only seconds, there was no way of knowing. With that first blow on the elbow, the nightmare had started. Later, he was to realize that all that then happened was merely preliminary, a routine interrogation to which nearly all prisoners were subjected. There was a long range of crimes, espionage, sabotage, and the like, to which everyone had to confess as a matter of course. The confession was a formality, though the torture was real. How many times had he been beaten? How long had the beatings continued? He could not remember. Always there were 5 or 6 men in black uniforms at him simultaneously. Sometimes it was fists, sometimes it was truncheons, sometimes it was steel rods, sometimes it was boots. There were times when he rolled about the floor as shameless as an animal, writhing his body this way and that in an endless, hopeless effort to dodge the kicks, and simply inviting more and yet more kicks in the ribs, in the belly, on the elbows, on his shins, in his groin, in his testicles, on the bone at the base of his spine. There were times when it went on and on until the cruel, wicked, unforgivable thing to him seemed not to be that the guards continued to beat him, but that he could not force himself into losing consciousness. There were times when his nerves so forsook him that he began shouting for mercy even before the beating began. The mere sight of a fist drawn back for a blow was enough to make him pour forth a confession of real and imaginary crimes. There were other times when he started out with the resolve of confessing nothing, when every word had to be forced out of him between gasps of pain. And there were times when he feebly tried to compromise, when he said to himself, "I will confess, but not yet. I must hold out until the pain becomes unbearable. 3 more kicks, 2 more kicks, and then I will tell them what they want." Sometimes he was beaten until he could hardly stand, and then he flung like a sack of potatoes onto the floor of the cell, left to recuperate for a few hours, and then taken out and beaten again. There were also longer periods of recovery. He remembered them dimly because they were spent chiefly in sleep or stupor. He remembered a cell with a plank bed, a sort of shelf sticking out from the wall, and a tin wash basin, and meals of hot soup and bread, and sometimes coffee. He remembered a surly barber arriving to scrape his chin and crop his hair, and businesslike, unsympathetic men in white coats feeling his pulse, tapping his reflexes, turning up his eyelids, running harsh fingers over him in search of broken bones, and shooting needles into his arm to make him sleep. The beatings grew less frequent, and became mainly a threat, a horror to which he could be sent back at any moment when his answers were unsatisfactory. His questioners now were not ruffians in black uniforms, but party intellectuals, little rotund men with quick movements and flashing spectacles, who worked on him in relays over periods which lasted, he thought, he could not quite be sure, 10 or 12 hours at a stretch. These other questioners saw to it that he was in constant slight pain, but it was not chiefly pain that they relied on. They slapped his face, wrung his ears, pulled his hair, made him stand on one leg, refused to leave him to urinate, shone glaring lights in his face until his eyes ran with water. But the aim of this was simply to humiliate him and destroy his power of arguing and reasoning. Their real weapon was the merciless questioning that went on, hour after hour, tripping him up, laying traps for him, twisting everything that he said, convicting him at every step of lies and self-contradiction, until he began weeping as much from shame as from nervous fatigue. Sometimes he would weep a 6 times in a single session. Most of the time they screamed abuse at him and threatened him at every hesitation to deliver him over to the guards again. But sometimes they would suddenly change their tune, call him comrade, appeal to him in the name of Ingsoc and Big Brother, ask him sorrowfully whether even now he had not enough loyalty to the party left to make him wish to undo the evil that he had done. When his nerves were in rags after hours of questioning, even this appeal could reduce him to sniveling tears. In the end, the nagging voices broke him down more completely than the boots and the fists of the guards. He became simply a mouth that uttered, a hand that signed, whatever was demanded of him. His sole concern was to find out what they wanted him to confess, and then confess it quickly before the bullying started anew. He confessed to the assassination of eminent party members, the distribution of seditious pamphlets, embezzlement of public funds, sale of military secrets, sabotage of every kind. He confessed that he had been a spy in the pay of the Eurasian government as far back as 1968. He confessed that he was a religious believer, an admirer of capitalism, and a sexual pervert. He confessed that he had murdered his wife, although he knew, and his questioners must have known, that his wife was still alive. He confessed for years that he had been in personal touch with Goldstein, and had been a member of an underground organization which had included almost every human being that he had ever known. It was easier to confess everything and implicate everybody. Besides, in a sense, it was all true. It was true that he had been an enemy of the party, and in the eyes of the party there was no distinction between the thought and the deed. There were also memories of another kind. They stood out in his mind disconnectedly, like pictures with blackness all around them. He was in a cell which might have been either dark or light, because he could see nothing except a pair of eyes. Near at hand, some kind of instrument was ticking slowly and regularly. The eyes grew larger and more luminous. Suddenly, he floated out of his seat, dived into the eyes, and was swallowed up. He was strapped into a chair surrounded by dials under dazzling lights. A man in a white coat was reading the dials. There was a tramp of heavy boots outside. The door clanged open. The waxen-faced officer marched in, followed by 2 guards. "Room 101, said the officer. The man in the white coat did not turn around. He did not look at Winston either. He was looking only at the dials. He was rolling down a mighty corridor, a kilometer wide, full of glorious golden light, roaring with laughter and shouting out confessions at the top of his voice. He was confessing everything, even the things he had succeeded in holding back under the torture. He was relating the entire history of his life to an audience who knew it already. With him were the guards, the other questioners, the men in white coats, O'Brien, Julia, Mr. Charrington, all rolling down the corridor together and shouting with laughter. Some dreadful thing, which had lain embedded in the future, somehow had been skipped over and had not happened. Everything was all right. There was no more pain. The last detail of his life was laid bare, understood, forgiven. He was starting up from the blank bed in the half-certainty that he had heard O'Brien's voice. All through this interrogation, although he had never seen him, he had the feeling that O'Brien was at his elbow, just out of sight. It was O'Brien who was directing everything. It was he who set the guards onto Winston and who prevented them from killing him. It was he who decided when Winston should scream with pain and when he should have a respite, when he should be fed, when he should sleep, when the drugs should be pumped into his arm. It was he who asked the questions and suggested the answers. He was the tormentor. He was the protector. He was the inquisitor. He was the friend. And once, Winston could not remember, whether it was in drugged sleep or in normal sleep, or even in a moment of wakefulness, a voice murmured in his ear, "Don't worry, Winston. You are in my keeping. For 7 years I have watched over you. Now the turning point has come. I shall save you. I shall make you perfect." He was not sure whether it was O'Brien's voice, but it was the same voice that had said to him, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," in that other dream 7 years ago. He did not remember any ending to his interrogation. There was a period of blackness, and then the cell or room in which he now was, gradually materialized around him. He was almost flat on his back and unable to move. His body was held down at every essential point. Even the back of his head was gripped in some manner. O'Brien was looking down at him gravely and rather sadly. His face, seen from below, looked coarse and worn, with pouches under the eyes and tired lines from nose to chin. He was older than Winston had thought him. He was perhaps 48 or 50. Under his hand there was a dial with a lever on top, and figures running around the face. "I told you," said O'Brien, "that if we meet again it would be here." "Yes," said Winston. Without any warning, except a slight movement of O'Brien's hand, a wave of pain flooded his body. It was a frightening pain because he could not see what was happening, and he had the feeling that some mortal injury was being done to him. He did not know whether the thing was really happening, or whether the effect was electrically produced, but his body was being wrenched out of shape, the joints were being slowly torn apart. Although the pain had brought sweat out on his forehead, the worst of all was the fear that his backbone was about to snap. He set his teeth and breathed hard through his nose, trying to keep silent for as long as possible. "You are afraid," said O'Brien, watching his face, "that in another moment something is going to break. Your special fear is that it will be your backbone. You have a vivid mental picture of the vertebrae snapping apart and the spinal fluid dripping out of them. That is what you are thinking, is it not, Winston?" Winston did not answer. O'Brien drew back the lever on the dial. The wave of pain receded almost as quickly as it had come. "That was 40, said O'Brien. "You can see that the numbers on this dial run up to 100. Will you please remember that throughout our conversation, that I have it in my power to inflict pain on you at any moment and to whatever degree I choose. If you tell me any lies, or attempt to prevaricate in any way, or even fall below your usual level of intelligence, you will cry out with pain instantly. Do you understand that?" "Yes," said Winston. O'Brien's manner became less severe. He resettled his spectacles thoughtfully and took a pace or two up and down. When he spoke, his voice was gentle and patient. He had the air of a doctor, a teacher, even a priest, anxious to explain and persuade rather than to punish. "I'm taking trouble with you, Winston," he said, "because you are worth trouble. You know perfectly well what is the matter with you. You've known it for years, though you have fought against the knowledge. You are mentally deranged. You suffer from a defective memory. You are unable to remember real events, and you persuade yourself that you remember other events which never happened. Fortunately, it is curable. You have never cured yourself of it because you did not choose to. There was a small effort of will that you were not really ready to make. Even now, I am well aware, you are clinging to your disease under the impression that it is a virtue. Now, we will take an example. At this moment, which power is Oceania at war with? When I was arrested, Oceania was at war with Eastasia. With Eastasia. Good. And Oceania has always been at war with Eastasia, has it not? Winston drew his breath. He opened his mouth to speak, and then did not speak. He could not take his eyes away from the dial. The truth, please, Winston. Your truth. Tell me what you think you remember. I remember that only until a week before I was arrested. We were not at war with Eastasia at all. We were in an alliance with them. The war against Eurasia that had lasted for 4 years. Before that, O'Brien stopped him with a movement of the hand. Another example, he said. Some years ago, you had a very serious delusion indeed. You believed that 3 men, 3 one-time party members named Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, men who were executed for treachery and sabotage after making the fullest possible confession, were not guilty of the crimes they were charged with. You believed that you had seen unmistakable documentary evidence proving that their confessions were false. There was a certain photograph about which you had a hallucination. You believed that you actually held it in your hands. It was a photograph, something like this. An oblong slip of newspaper had appeared between O'Brien's fingers. For perhaps 5 seconds it was within the angle of Winston's vision. It was a photograph. There was no question of its identity. It was the photograph. It was another copy of the photograph of Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford at a party-like function in New York, when they had which he had chanced upon 11 years ago and promptly destroyed. For only an instant it was before its eyes, then it was out of sight again. But he had seen it. Unquestionably he had seen it. He made a desperate, agonizing effort to wrench the top half of his body free. It was impossible to move so much as a centimeter in any direction. For the moment he had even forgotten the dial. All he wanted was to hold the photograph in his fingers again, or at least to see it. "It exists!" he cried. "No," said O'Brien. He stepped across the room. There was a memory hole in the opposite wall. O'Brien lifted the grating. Unseen, the frail slip of paper was whirling away on the current of warm air. It was vanishing in a flash of flame. O'Brien turned away from the wall. "Ashes," he said. "Not even identifiable ashes. Dust. It does not exist. It has never existed." "But it did exist. It does exist. It exists in memory. I remember it. You remember it." "I do not remember it," said O'Brien. Winston's heart sank. That was doublethink. He had a feeling of deadly helplessness. If he could have been certain that O'Brien was lying, it would not have seemed to matter. But it was perfectly possible that O'Brien had really forgotten the photograph. And if so, then already he would have forgotten his denial of remembering it, and forgotten the act of forgetting. How could one be sure that it was simply trickery? Perhaps that lunatic dislocation in his mind really could happen. That was the thought that defeated him. O'Brien was looking down at him speculatively. More than ever, he had the air of a teacher taking pains with a wayward but promising child. "There's a party slogan dealing with control of the past," he said. "Repeat it, if you please." "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past," repeated Winston, obediently. "Who controls the present controls the past," said O'Brien, nodding his head with slow approval. "Is it your opinion, Winston, that the past has real existence?" Again the feeling of helplessness descended upon Winston. His eyes flitted towards the dial. He not only did not know whether yes or no was the answer that would save him from pain, he did not know which answer he believed to be the true one. O'Brien smiled faintly. "You are no metaphysician, Winston," he said. Until this moment, you never had considered what is meant by existence. I'll put it more precisely. Does the past exist concretely in space? Is there somewhere or other a place, a world of solid objects, where the past is still happening? No. Then where does the past exist, if at all? In records. It is written down. In records and in the mind, in human memories. In memory. Very well then. We, the party, control all the records, and we control all memories. Then we control the past, do we not? But how can you stop people from remembering things? Cried Winston, again momentarily forgetting the dial. It is involuntary. It is outside oneself. How can you control memory? You've not controlled mine. O'Brien's manner grew stern again, and he laid his hand on the dial. On the contrary, he said, you have not controlled it. That is what brought you here. You are here because you have failed in humility, in self-discipline. You would not make the act of submission, which is the price of sanity. You prefer to be a lunatic, a minority of one. Only the disciplined mind can see reality, Winston. You believe that reality is something objective, external, existing in its own right. You also believe that the nature of reality is self-evident. When you delude yourself into thinking that you see something, you assume that everyone else sees the same thing as you. But I tell you, Winston, that reality is not external. Reality exists in the human mind and nowhere else. Not in the individual mind, which can make mistakes, and in any case soon perishes. Only in the mind of the party, which is collective and immortal. Whatever the party holds to be truth is truth. It is impossible to see reality except by looking through the eyes of the party. That is the fact that you have got to relearn, Winston. It needs an act of self-destruction, an effort of the will. You must humble yourself before you can become sane. He paused for a few moments, as though to allow what he had been saying to sink in. Do you remember, he went on, writing in your diary, freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 make 4? Yes, said Winston. O'Brien held up his left hand, its back towards Winston, with a thumb hidden and the 4 fingers extended. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? 4. And if the party says that it is not 4 but 5, then how many? 4. Ah! The word ended in a gasp of pain. The needle of the dial had shot up to 55. The sweat had sprung out all over Winston's body. The air tore into his lungs and issued again in deep groans, which even by clenching his teeth he could not stop. O'Brien watched him, the 4 fingers still extended. He drew back the lever. This time the pain was only slightly eased. How many fingers, Winston? 4. The needle went up to 60. How many fingers, Winston? 4! What else can I say? 4! The needle must have risen again, but he did not look at it. The heavy stern face and the 4 fingers filled his vision. The fingers stood up before his eyes like pillars, enormously, blurry and seeming to vibrate, but unmistakably 4. How many fingers, Winston? 4! Stop it! Stop it! How can you go on? 4! 4! How many fingers, Winston? 5! 5! 5! No, Winston, that is no use. You are lying. You still think that there are 4. How many fingers, please? 4, 5, 4, anything you like, only stop it. Stop the pain! Abruptly, he was sitting up with O'Brien's arm around his shoulders. He had perhaps lost consciousness for a few seconds. The bonds that held his body down were loosened. He felt very cold, and he was shaking uncontrollably. His teeth were chattering. The tears were rolling down his cheeks. For a moment he clung to O'Brien like a baby, curiously comforted by the heavy arm around his shoulders. He had the feeling that O'Brien was his protector, that the pain was something that came from outside, from some other source, and that it was O'Brien who would save him from it. "You're a slow learner, Winston," said O'Brien gently. "How can I help it?" he blubbered. "How can I help seeing what's in front of my eyes? 2 and 2 are 4. Sometimes, Winston, sometimes they are 5. Sometimes there are 3. Sometimes there are all of them at once. You must try harder. It is not easy to become sane." He laid Winston down on the bed. The grip on his limbs tightened again, but the pain had ebbed away, and the trembling had stopped, leaving him merely weak and cold. O'Brien motioned with his head to the man in the white coat, who had stood immobile throughout the proceedings. The man in the white coat bent down and looked closely into Winston's eyes. He felt his pulse, laid an ear against his chest, tapped here and there, and nodded to O'Brien. "Again," said O'Brien. The pain flowed into Winston's body. The needle must be at 70, 75. He'd shut his eyes this time. He knew that the fingers were still there, and still 4. All that mattered was somehow to stay alive until the spasm was over. He'd ceased to notice whether he was crying out or not. The pain lessened again. He opened his eyes. O'Brien had drawn back the lever. "How many fingers, Winston?" 4. "I suppose there are 4. I would see 5 if I could. I am trying to see 5. "Which do you wish? To persuade me that you see 5? Or to really see them?" "Really to see them." "Again," said O'Brien. Perhaps the needle was at 80, 90. Winston could only intermittently remember why the pain was happening. Behind his screwed-up eyelids, a forest of fingers seemed to be moving in a sort of dance, weaving in and out, disappearing behind one another, and reappearing again. He was trying to count them. He could not remember why. He knew only that it was impossible to count them, and that this was somehow due to the mysterious identity between 5 and 4. The pain died down again. When he opened his eyes, it was to find that he was still seeing the same thing. Innumerable fingers, like moving trees, were still streaming past in either direction, crossing and recrossing. He shut his eyes again. "How many fingers am I holding up, Winston?" I don't know. "Will you kill me if you do that again?" 4, 5, 6. In all honesty, I don't know." "Better," said O'Brien. A needle slid into Winston's arm. Almost in the same instant, a blissful, healing warmth spread all through his body. The pain was already half forgotten. He opened his eyes and looked up gratefully at O'Brien. At the sight of the heavy, lined face, so ugly and so intelligent, his heart seemed to turn over. If he could have moved, he would have stretched out a hand and laid it on O'Brien's arm. He had never loved him so deeply at that moment, and not merely because he had stopped the pain. The old feeling that at the bottom it did not matter whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy had come back. O'Brien was a person who could be talked to. Perhaps one did not want to be loved so much as to be understood. O'Brien had tortured him to the edge of lunacy, and in a little while it was certain that he would send him to his death. It made no difference. In some sense that went deeper than friendship, they were intimates. Somewhere or other, although the actual words might never be spoken, there was a place where they could meet and talk. O'Brien was looking down at him with an expression which suggested the same thought might be in his own mind. When he spoke, it was in an easy conversational tone. "Do you know where you are, Winston?" he said. "I don't know. I can guess. In the Ministry of Love." "Do you know how long you've been here?" "I don't know. Days? Weeks? Months?" "I think it's months." "Why do you imagine that we bring people to this place?" "To make them confess." "No, that's not the reason." "Try again." "To punish them." "No!" exclaimed O'Brien. His voice had changed extraordinarily. His face had suddenly become both stern and animated. "No, not merely to extract your confession, nor to punish you. Shall I tell you why we've brought you here? To cure you, to make you sane. Will you understand, Winston, that no one whom we bring to this place ever leaves our hands uncured? We are not interested in those stupid crimes that you have committed. The party is not interested in the overt act. The thought is all we care about. We do not merely destroy our enemies, we change them. Do you understand what I mean by that?" He was bending over Winston. His face looked enormous because of its nearness, and hideously ugly because it was seen from below. Moreover, it was filled with a sort of exaltation, a lunatic intensity. Again, Winston's heart shrank. If it had been possible, he would have cowered deeper into the bed. He felt certain that O'Brien was about to twist the dial out of sheer wantonness. At this moment, however, O'Brien turned away. He took a pace or two up and down. Then he continued less vehemently. "The first thing for you to understand is that in this place there are no martyrdoms. You've read of religious persecutions in the past. In the Middle Ages there was the Inquisition. It was a failure. It set out to eradicate heresy and ended by perpetuating it. For every heretic it burned at the stake, Thousands of others rose up. Why was that? Because the Inquisition killed its enemies in the open, and killed them while they were still unrepentant. In fact, it killed them because they were unrepentant. Men were dying because they would not abandon their true beliefs. Naturally, all the glory belonged to the victim, and the shame to the inquisitor who had burned him. Later, in the 20th century, there were the totalitarians, as they were called. There were the German Nazis and the Russian communists. The Russians persecuted heresy more cruelly than the Inquisition had done, and they imagined that they had learned from the mistakes of the past. They knew, at any rate, that one must not make martyrs. Before they exposed their victims to public trial, they deliberately set themselves to destroy their dignity. They wore them down by torture and solitude until they were despicable, clinging wretches, confessing whatever was put into their mouths, covering themselves with abuse and accusing and sheltering behind one another, whimpering for mercy. And yet, after only a few years, the same thing happened over again. The dead men had become martyrs, and their degradation was forgotten. Once again, why was it? In the first place, because the confessions they had were made obviously extorted and were obviously extorted and untrue. We do not make mistakes of that kind. All the confessions that are uttered here are true. We make them true. And above all, we do not allow the dead to rise up against us. You must stop imagining that posterity will vindicate you, Winston. Posterity will never hear from you. You will be lifted clean out from the stream of history. We shall turn you into gas and pour you into the stratosphere. Nothing will remain of you. Not a name in a register, not a memory in a living brain. You will be annihilated in the past as well as in the future. You will have never existed. Then why bother to torture me, thought Winston with a momentary bitterness. O'Brien checked his step as though Winston had uttered the thought aloud. His large, ugly face came nearer, with the eyes a little narrowed. You are thinking, he said, that since we intend to destroy you utterly, so that nothing that you say or do can make the smallest difference, in that case, why do we go to the trouble of interrogating you first? That is what you were thinking, is it not? Yes, said Winston. O'Brien smiled slightly. You are a flaw in the pattern, Winston. You are a stain that must be wiped out. Did I not tell you just now that we are different from the persecutors of the past? We are not content with negative obedience, not even with the most abject submission. When finally you surrender to us, it must be because of your own free will. We do not destroy the heretic because he resists us. So long as he resists us, we will never destroy him. We convert him. We capture his inner mind. We reshape him. We burn all evil and all illusion out of him. We bring him over to our side, not in appearance, but genuinely heart and soul. We make him one of ourselves before we kill him. It is intolerable to us that an erroneous thought should exist anywhere in the world, however secret and powerless it may be. Even in the instant of death, we cannot permit any deviation. In the old days, the heretic walked to the stake, still a heretic, proclaiming his heresy, exulting in it. Even the victim of the Russian purges could carry on rebellion locked up in his skull as he walked down the passage waiting for the bullet. But we make the brain perfect before we blow it out. The command of the old despotisms was, "Thou shalt not." The command of the totalitarians was, "Thou shalt." Our command is, "Thou art." No one whom we bring to this place ever stands out against us. Everyone is washed clean. Even those 3 miserable traitors in whose innocence you once believed, Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, in the end we broke them down. I took part in their interrogation myself. I saw them gradually worn down, whimpering, groveling, weeping, and in the end it was not with pain or fear, only with penitence. By the time we had finished with them, they were only shells of men. There was nothing left in them except sorrow for what they had done, and love of Big Brother. It was touching to see how they loved him. They begged to be shot quickly so that they could die while their minds were still clean. His voice had grown almost dreamy. The exultation, the lunatic enthusiasm was still in his face. He was not pretending, thought Winston. He was not a hypocrite. He believes every word he says. What most oppressed him was the consciousness of his own intellectual inferiority. He watched the heavy yet graceful form strolling to and fro, in and out of the range of his vision. O'Brien was a being in all ways larger than himself. There was no idea that he had ever had, or could have, that O'Brien had not long ago known, examined, and rejected. His mind contained Winston's mind. But in that case, how could it be true that O'Brien was mad? It must be he, Winston, who was mad. O'Brien halted and looked down at him. His voice had grown stern again. Do not imagine that you'll save yourself, Winston, however completely you surrender to us. No one has once gone astray is ever spared. And even if we choose to let you live out the natural term of your life, still, you would never escape from us. What happens to you here is forever. Understand that in advance. We shall crush you down to the point from which there is no coming back. Things will happen to you from which you could never recover if you lived 1,000 years. Never again will you be capable of ordinary human feeling. Everything will be dead inside you. Never again will you be capable of love, of friendship, or joy of living, or laughter, or curiosity, or courage, or integrity. You will be hollow. We shall squeeze you empty, and then we shall fill you with ourselves. He paused and signed to the man in the white coat. Winston was aware of some heavy piece of apparatus being pushed into a place behind his head. O'Brien had sat down beside the bed, so that his face was almost on a level with Winston. 3,000, he said, speaking over Winston's head to the man in the white coat. 2 soft pads, which felt slightly moist, clamped themselves against Winston's temples. He quailed. There was pain coming, a new kind of pain. O'Brien laid a hand reassuringly, almost kindly, on his. This time it will not hurt, he said. Keep your eyes fixed on mine. At this moment there was a devastating explosion, or what seemed like an explosion, though it was not certain whether there was any noise. It was undoubtedly a blinding flash of light. Winston was not hurt, only prostrated. Although he had already been lying on his back when the thing had happened, he had a curious feeling that he had been knocked into that position. A terrific, painless blow had flattened him out. Also, something that had happened inside his head. His eyes regained their focus as he remembered who he was, where he was, and recognized the face that was gazing into his own. But somewhere or other there was a large patch of emptiness, as though a piece had been taken out of his brain. It will not last, said O'Brien. Look me in the eyes. What country is Oceania at war with? Winston thought. He knew what he meant by Oceania, and that he himself was a citizen of Oceania. He also remembered Eurasia and East Asia, but who was at war with whom he did not know. In fact, he had not been aware that they were at war. I don't remember. Oceania is at war with East Asia. Do you remember that now? Yes. Oceania has always been at war with East Asia. Since the beginning of your life, since the beginning of the party, since the beginning of history, the war has continued without break. Always the same war. Do you remember that? Yes. 11 years ago, you created a legend about 3 men who had been condemned to death for treachery. You pretended that you had seen a piece of paper which proved them innocent. No such piece of paper ever existed. You invented it, and later you grew to believe in it. You remember now the very moment at which you first invented it. Do you remember that? Yes. Just now, I held up the fingers of my hand to you. You saw 5 fingers. Do you remember that? Yes. O'Brien held up the fingers of his left hand with the thumb concealed. There are 5 fingers here. Do you see 5 fingers? Yes. And he did see them, for a fleeting instant, before the scenery of his mind changed. He saw 5 fingers, and there was no deformity. Then everything went normal again, and the old fear, the hatred, and the bewilderment came crowding back again. There had been a moment, he did not know how long, 30 seconds perhaps, of luminous certainty, when each new suggestion of O'Brien's had filled up a patch of emptiness and become absolute truth, when 2 and 2 could have been 3 as easily as 5, if that was what was needed. It had faded out before O'Brien had dropped his hand, but though he could not recapture it, he could remember it as one remembers a vivid experience at some remote period of one's life when one was in effect a different person. You see now, said O'Brien, that it is at any rate possible. Yes, said Winston. O'Brien stood up with a satisfied air. Over to his left, Winston saw the man in the white coat break an ampule and draw back the plunger of his syringe. O'Brien turned to Winston with a smile. In almost the old manner, he had resettled his spectacles on his nose. "Do you remember writing in your diary," he said, "that it did not matter whether I was a friend or an enemy, since I was at least a person who understood you and could be talked to? You were right. I enjoy talking to you. Your mind appeals to me. It resembles my own mind, except that you happen to be insane. Before we bring the session to an end, you can ask me a few questions if you choose." "Any question I like?" "Anything." He saw that Winston's eyes were up upon the dial. "It is switched off. What is your first question?" "What have you done with Julia?" said Winston. O'Brien smiled again. "She betrayed you, Winston. Immediately. Unreservedly. I have seldom seen anyone come over to us so promptly. You'd hardly recognize her if you saw her. All her rebelliousness, her deceit, her folly, her dirty-mindedness, everything has been burned out of her. It was a perfect conversion, a textbook case." "You tortured her?" O'Brien left this unanswered. "Next question," he said. "Does Big Brother exist?" "Of course he exists. The party exists. Big Brother is the embodiment of the party." "Does he exist in the same way I exist?" "You do not exist," said O'Brien. Once again the sense of helplessness assailed him. He knew, or he could imagine, the arguments which proved his own non-existence, but they were nonsense. They were only a play on words. Did not the statement, "You do not exist," contain a logical absurdity? But what use was it to say so? His mind shriveled as he thought of the unanswerable mad arguments with which O'Brien would demolish him. "I think I exist," he said weariedly. "I'm conscious of my own identity. I was born and I shall die. I have arms and legs. I occupy a peculiar point in space. No other solid object can occupy the same point simultaneously. In that sense, does Big Brother exist? Particular point in space. It is of no importance. He exists. Will Big Brother ever die? Of course not. How could he die? Next question. Does the Brotherhood exist? That, Winston, you will never know. If we choose to set you free when we have finished with you, and if you live to be 90 years old, still you will never learn whether the answer to the question is yes or no. As long as you will live, it will be an unsolved riddle in your mind." Winston lay silent. His breast rose and fell a little faster. He still had not asked the question that had come into his mind the first. He had got to ask it, and yet it was as though his tongue would not utter it. There was a trace of amusement in O'Brien's face. Even his spectacles seemed to wear an ironical gleam. "He knows," thought Winston suddenly. "He knows what I'm going to ask." And at the thought, the words burst out of him. "What is room 101? The expression on O'Brien's face did not change. He answered dryly, "You know what is in room 101, Winston. Everyone knows what's in room 101. He raised a finger to the man in the white coat. Evidently the session was at an end. A needle jerked into Winston's arm. He sank almost instantly into deep sleep. I'm just going to step away for a quick second, and we will continue with Chapter 3 in just a moment. Sorry about that. Chapter 3. There are 3 stages in your reintegration, said O'Brien. There is learning, There is understanding, and there is acceptance. It is time for you to enter upon the second stage. As always, Winston was lying flat on his back, but of late his bonds were looser. They still held him to the bed, but he could move his knees a little, and he could turn his head from side to side and raise his arms from the elbow. The dial also had grown to be less of a terror. He could evade its pangs when he was quick-witted enough. It was chiefly when he showed stupidity that O'Brien pulled the lever. Sometimes they got through a whole session without use of the dial. He could not remember how many sessions there had been. The whole process seemed to stretch out over a long, indefinite time, weeks possibly, and the intervals between the sessions might sometimes have been days, sometimes only an hour or two. "As you lie there," said O'Brien, "you have often wondered, you have even asked me, why the Ministry of Love should expend so much time and trouble on you. And when you were free, you puzzled by what, excuse me, and when you were free, you were puzzled by what was essentially the same question. You could not grasp the mechanics of the society you lived in. You could grasp the mechanics of the society you lived in, but not its underlying motives. Do you remember writing that in your diary? You remember writing in your diary, I understand how, I do not understand why. It was when you thought about why that you doubted your own sanity. You have read the book, Goldstein's book, or parts of it at least. Did it tell you anything that you did not know already?" "You have read it?" said Winston. "I wrote it. That is to say, I collaborated in writing it. No book is produced individually, as you know." "Is it true what it says?" "As description, yes. The program it sets forth is nonsense, the secret accumulation of knowledge, a gradual spread of enlightenment, ultimately a proletarian rebellion to overthrow the party. You foresaw yourself that that was what it would say. It is all nonsense. The proletarians would never revolt, not in 1,000 years or 1,000,000. They cannot. I do not have to tell you the reason. You know it already. If you have ever cherished any dreams of violent insurrection, you must abandon them. There is no way in which the party can be overthrown. The rule of the party is forever. Make that the starting point of your thoughts." He came closer to the bed. "Forever," he repeated. "And now let us get back to the question of how and why. You understand well enough how the party maintains itself in power. Now tell me why we cling to power. What is our motive? Why should we want power? Go on. Speak," he added, as Winston remained silent. Nevertheless, Winston did not speak for another moment or two. A feeling of weariness had overwhelmed him. The faint, mad gleam of enthusiasm had come back into O'Brien's face. He knew in advance what O'Brien would say, that the party did not seek power for its own ends, but only for the good of the majority, that it sought power because men in the mass were frail, cowardly creatures who could not endure liberty or face the truth, and must be ruled over and systematically deceived by others who were stronger than themselves. That the choice for mankind lay between freedom and happiness, and that for the great bulk of mankind, happiness was better. That the party was the eternal guardian of the weak, a dedicated sect doing evil that good might come, sacrificing its own happiness to that of others. The terrible thing, thought Winston, the terrible thing was that when O'Brien said this, he would believe it. You could see it in his face. O'Brien knew everything. 1,000 times better than Winston, he knew what the world was really like, in what degradation the mass of human beings lived, and by what lies and barbarities the party kept them there. He had understood it all, weighed it all, and it made no difference. All was justified by the ultimate purpose. What can you do, thought Winston, against the lunatic who is more intelligent than yourself, who gives your arguments a fair hearing, and then simply persists in his lunacy? "You are ruling over us for our own good," he said feebly. "You believe that human beings are not fit to govern themselves, and therefore—" He started and almost cried out. A pang of pain had shot through his body. O'Brien had pushed the lever of the dial up to 35. "That was stupid, Winston. Stupid," he said. "You should know better than to say a thing like that." He pulled the lever back and continued. "Now I will tell you the answer to my question. It is this. The party seeks power entirely for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested solely in power, not wealth or luxury or long life or happiness. Only power. Pure power. What pure power means to you, you will understand presently. We are different from all the oligarchies of the past in that we know what we are doing. All the others, even those who resembled ourselves, were cowards and hypocrites. The German Nazis and the Russian communists came very close to us in their methods, but they never had the courage to recognize their own motives. They pretended, perhaps they even believed, that they had seized power unwillingly and for a limited time, and that just around the corner there lay a paradise where human beings would be free and equal. We are not like that. We know that no one ever seizes power with the intention of relinquishing it. Power is not a means, it is an end. One does not establish a dictatorship in order to safeguard a revolution. One makes the revolution in order to establish the dictatorship. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power. Now do you begin to understand me? Winston was struck, as he had been struck before, by the tiredness of O'Brien's face. It was strong and fleshy and brutal. It was full of intelligence and a sort of controlled passion before which he himself felt helpless. But it was tired. There were pouches under the eyes. The skin sagged from the cheekbones. O'Brien leaned over him, deliberately bringing the worn face nearer. "You are thinking," he said, "that my face is old and tired. You are thinking that I talk of power, and yet I am not even able to prevent the decay of my own body. Can you not understand, Winston, that the individual is only a cell? The weariness of the cell is the vigor of the organism. Do you die when you cut your fingernails?" He turned away from the bed and began strolling up and down, one hand in his pocket. "We are the priests of power," he said. "God is power. But at present power is only a word so far as you are concerned. It is time for you to gather some idea of what power means. The first thing you must realize is that power is collective. The individual only has power insofar as he ceases to be an individual. You know the party slogan, "Freedom is slavery." Has it ever occurred to you that this is reversible? Slavery is freedom. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself in the party so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but, above all, over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you call it, is not important. Already, our control over matter is absolute. For a moment, Winston ignored the dial. He made a violent effort to rise himself to a sitting position, and merely succeeded in wrenching his body painfully. "But how can you control matter?" he burst out. "You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity. And there are disease, pain, death." O'Brien silenced him by a movement of the hand. "We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish it. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature." "But you do not! You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You've not conquered them yet." "Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out of existence. Oceania is the world." "The world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years the earth was uninhabited." "Nonsense. The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness." "But the rocks are full of bones of extinct mammals, mammoths and mastodons, and enormous reptiles, which have lived here long before man was ever heard of." "Have you ever seen those bones, Winston?" "Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside man there is nothing." "The whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They're out of our reach forever." "What are the stars?" said O'Brien differently. "They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it." Winston made another convulsive movement. This time he did not say anything. O'Brien continued as though answering a spoken objection. For certain purposes, I suppose, this is not true. For certain purposes, of course, this is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes around the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? Winston shrank back upon the bed. Whatever he said, the swift answer crushed him like a bludgeon. And yet he knew that he was in the right. The belief that nothing exists outside your own mind, surely there must be some way of demonstrating that it was false. Had it not been exposed long ago as a fallacy? There's even a name for it which he'd forgotten. A faint smile twitched at the corners of O'Brien's mouth as he looked down at him. I told you, Winston, he said, that metaphysics is not your strong point. The word you are trying to think of is solipsism, but you are mistaken. It is not solipsism. Collective solipsism, if you like. But that is a different thing. In fact, the opposite thing. All this is a digression, he added in a different tone. The real power, the power we have to fight we have to fight for night and day, is not power over things, but over men. He paused, and for a moment assumed again the air of the schoolmaster, questioning a promising pupil. How does one man assert his power over another, Winston? Winston thought. By making him suffer, he said. Exactly. By making him suffer. Obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will grow not less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. The old civilizations claimed that they were founded on love and justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived before the revolution. We've cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or child or a friend any longer. But in the future there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The sex instinct will be eradicated. Procreation will be an annual formality, like the renewal of a ration card. We shall abolish the orgasm. Our neurologists are at work upon it now. There will be no loyalty except loyalty towards the party. There will be no love except the love of Big Brother. There will be no laughter except the laugh of triumph over a defeated enemy. There will be no art, no literature, no science. When we are omnipotent, we shall have no more need of science. There will be no distinction between beauty and ugliness. There will be no curiosity, no enjoyment of the process of life. All competing pleasures will be destroyed. But always, do not forget this, Winston, always there will be the intoxication of power, constantly increasing and constantly growing subtler. Always at every moment there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face. Forever. He paused, as though he expected Winston to speak. Winston had tried to shrink back into the surface of the bed again. He would not say anything. His heart seemed to be frozen. O'Brien went on. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped upon. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all that will continue and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It'll be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Goldstein and his heresies will live forever. Every day, at every moment, they will be defeated, discredited, ridiculed, spat upon, and yet they will always survive. The drama that I've played out with you during the 7 years will be played out over and over again, generation after generation, always in subtler forms. Always we shall have the heretic here at our mercy, screaming with pain, broken up, contemptible, and in the end, utterly penitent, saved from himself, crawling to our feet of his own accord. That is the world that we are preparing, Winston. A world of victory after victory, triumph after triumph after triumph, an endless pressing upon the nerve of power. You are beginning, I can see, to realize what the world will be like, but in the end, you will do more than understand it. You will accept it, welcome it, become a part of it. Winston had recovered himself sufficiently to speak. "You can't," he said weakly. "What do you mean by that remark, Winston? You could not create such a world that you've just described. It's a dream. It's impossible." "Why?" "It's impossible to found a civilization on fear and hatred and cruelty. It would never endure." "Why not?" "It would have no vitality. It would disintegrate. It would commit suicide." "Nonsense. You are under the impression that hatred is more exhausting than love. Why should it be? And if it were, what difference would that make? Suppose that we choose to wear ourselves out faster. Suppose that we quicken the tempo of human life till men are senile at 30. Still, what difference would that make? Can you not understand that the death of the individual is not death? The party is immortal." As usual, the voice had battered Winston into helplessness. Moreover, he was in dread that if he persisted in his disagreement, O'Brien would twist the dial again. And yet he could not keep silent. Feebly, without arguments, with nothing to support him except his inarticulate horror of what O'Brien had said, he returned to the attack. "I don't know. I don't care. Somehow you will fail. Something will defeat you. Life will defeat you." "We control life, Winston, at all its levels. You are imagining that there is something called human nature which will be outraged by what we do and will turn against us. But we create human nature. Men are infinitely malleable. Or perhaps you have returned to your old idea that the proletarians or the slaves will arise and overthrow us. Put it out of your mind. They are helpless, like the animals. Humanity is the party, and others outside, irrelevant. I don't care. In the end, they will beat you. Sooner or later, they will see you for what they are, and they will tear you to pieces. Do you see any evidence that this is happening, or any reason why it should? No, I believe it. I know that you will fail. There is something in the universe, I don't know, some spirit, some principle that you will not overcome. Do you believe in God, Winston? No. Then what is it, the principle that will defeat us? I don't know. The spirit of man. Do you consider yourself a man? Yes. If you are a man, Winston, you are the last man. Your kind is extinct. We are the inheritors. Do you not understand that you are alone? You are outside history. You are non-existent. His manner changed, and he said more harshly, "And you consider yourself morally superior to us, with our lies and our cruelty?" "Yes, I consider myself superior." O'Brien did not speak. Two other voices were speaking. After a moment, Winston recognized one of them as his own. It was a soundtrack of the conversation he had had with O'Brien on the night when he had enrolled himself in the Brotherhood. He heard himself promising to lie, to steal, to forge, to murder, to encourage drug-taking and prostitution, to disseminate venereal diseases, to throw vitriol in a child's face. O'Brien made a small, impatient gesture, as though to say that the demonstration was hardly worth making. Then he turned a switch, and the voices stopped. "Get up from that bed," he said. The bonds had loosened themselves. Winston lowered himself to the floor and stood up unsteadily. "You are the last man," said O'Brien. "You are the guardian of the human spirit. You shall see yourself as you are. Take off your clothes." Winston undid the bit of string that held his overalls together. A zip fastener had long since been wrenched out from them. He could not remember whether at any time since his arrest he had taken off all his clothes at one time. Beneath the overalls, his body was looped with filthy yellowish rags, just recognizable as the remnants of the underclothes. As he slid them to the ground, he saw that there was a three-sided mirror at the far end of the room. He approached it and then stopped short. An involuntary cry had broken out of him. "Go on," said O'Brien. "Stand between the wings of the mirror. You shall see the side view as well." He had stopped because he was frightened. A bowed, grey-colored skeleton-like thing was coming towards him. Its actual appearance was frightening, and not merely the fact that he knew it to be himself. He moved closer to the glass. The creature's face seemed to be protruded because of its bent carriage. A forlorn jailbird's face with a knobby forehead running back into a bald scalp, a crooked nose, battered-looking cheekbones, above which the eyes were fierce and watchful. The cheeks were seamed, the mouth had a drawn-in look. Certainly it was his own face, but it seemed to him that it had changed more than he had changed inside. The emotions it registered would be different from the ones he felt. He had gone partially bald. For the first moment he had thought that he had gone grey as well, but it was only the scalp that was grey. Except for his hands and a circle of his face, his body was grey all over, with ancient ingrained dirt. Here and there under the dirt there were red scars of wounds, and near the ankle the varicose ulcer was an inflamed mass with flakes of skin peeling off of it. But the truly frightening thing was the emaciation of his body. The barrel of the ribs was as narrow as that of the skeleton. The legs had shrunk so that the knees were thicker than the thighs. He saw now what O'Brien had meant about seeing the side view. The curvature of the spine was astonishing. The thin shoulders were hunched forward so as to make a cavity of the chest. The scraggy neck seemed to be bending double under the weight of the skull. At a guess, he would have said it was the body of a man of 60 suffering from some malignant disease. "You've thought sometimes," said O'Brien, "that my face, the face of a member of the inner party, looks old and worn. What do you think of your own face?" He seized Winston's shoulder and spun him round so that he was facing him. "Look at the condition you're in. Look at this filthy grime all over your body. Look at the dirt between your toes. Look at that disgusting running sore on your leg. Do you know that you stink like a goat? Probably you've ceased to notice it. Look at your emaciation. Do you see? I can make my thumb and forefinger meet around your bicep. I could snap your neck like a carrot. Do you know that you have lost 25 kilograms since you have been in our hands? Even your hair is coming out in handfuls. Look!" He picked at Winston's head and brought away a tuft of hair. "Open your mouth. 9, 10, 11 teeth left. How many did you have when you came into us? And here then the few that you have left are dropping out of your head. Look here." He seized one of Winston's remaining front teeth between his powerful thumb and forefinger. A twinge of pain shot through Winston's jaw. O'Brien had wrenched the loose tooth out by its root. He tossed it across the cell. "You are rotting away," he said. "You're falling to pieces. What are you? A bag of filth. Now turn around and look into that mirror again. Do you see that thing facing you? That is the last man. If you are humanity, that is humanity. Now put your clothes on again." Winston began to dress himself with slow, stiff movements. Until now, he had not seemed to notice how thin and weak he was. Only one thought stirred in his mind, that he must have been in this place longer than he had imagined. Then suddenly, as he fixed the miserable rags around himself, a feeling of pity for his ruined body overcame him. Before he knew what he was doing, he had collapsed onto a small stool that stood beside the bed and burst into tears. He was aware of his ugliness, his gracelessness, a bundle of bones and filthy underclothes sitting weeping in the harsh white light, but he could not stop himself. O'Brien laid a hand on his shoulder, almost kindly. "It will not last forever. You can escape from it whenever you choose. Everything depends on yourself." "You did it!" sobbed Winston. "You reduced me to this state." "No, Winston. You reduced yourself to it. This is what you accepted when you set yourself up against the party. It is all contained in that first act. Nothing has happened that you did not foresee." He paused and then went on. "We have beaten you, Winston. We have broken you up. You've seen what your body is like. Your mind is in the same state. I do not think that there can be much pride left in you. You've been kicked and flogged and insulted. You've screamed with pain. You've rolled on the floor in your own blood and vomit. You've whimpered for mercy. You've betrayed everybody and everything. Can you think of a single degradation that has not happened to you? Winston had stopped weeping, as though tears were still oozing, though the tears were still oozing out of his eyes. He looked up at O'Brien. "I've not betrayed Julia," he said. O'Brien looked down at him thoughtfully. "No," he said. "No, that is perfectly true. You have not betrayed Julia." The peculiar reverence for O'Brien, which nothing seemed able to destroy, flooded Winston's heart again. How intelligent, he thought. How intelligent! Never did O'Brien fail to understand what was said to him. Anyone on earth would have answered promptly that he had betrayed Julia. For what was there that they had not screwed out of him under the torture? He told them everything that he knew about her habits, her character, her past life. He confessed in the most trivial detail everything that had happened at their meetings, all that he had said to her and she to him, their black market meals, their adulteries, their vague plottings against the party, everything. And yet, in the sense in which he had intended the word, he had not betrayed her. He had not stopped loving her. His feelings towards her had remained the same. O'Brien had seen what he meant without the need for explanation. "Tell me," he said, "how soon will they shoot me?" "Might be a long time," said O'Brien. "You are a difficult case, but don't give up hope. Everyone is cured sooner or later. In the end, we shall shoot you." Chapter 4. He was much better. He was growing fatter and stronger every day, if it was proper to speak of days. The white light and the humming sound were the same as ever, but the cell was a little more comfortable than the others he had been in. There was a pillow and a mattress on the plank bed and a stool to sit on. They had given him a bath, and they had allowed him to wash himself fairly frequently in a tin basin. They even gave him warm water to wash with. They had given him new underclothes and a clean suit of overalls. They had dressed his varicose ulcer with soothing ointment. They had pulled out the remnants of his teeth and given him a new set of dentures. Weeks or months must have passed. It would have been possible now to keep count of the passage of time if he had felt any interest in doing so, since he was being fed at what appeared to be regular intervals. He was getting, he judged, 3 meals in the 24 hours. Sometimes he wondered dimly whether he was getting them by night or day. The food was surprisingly good, with meat at every third meal. Once there was a packet of cigarettes. He had no matches, but the never-speaking guard who brought his food would give him a light. The first time he tried to smoke, it made him sick, but he persevered, and he spun the packet out for a long time, smoking half a cigarette after each meal. They had given him a white slate with a stump of pencil tied to the corner. At first he made no use of it. Even when he was awake, he was completely torpid. Often he would lie from one meal to the next, almost without stirring, sometimes asleep, sometimes waking into vague reveries in which it was too much trouble to open his eyes. He had long grown used to sleeping with a strong light on his face. It seemed to make no difference except that one's dreams were more coherent. He dreamed a great deal all through this time, and they were always happy dreams. He was in the Golden Country, or he was sitting among enormous, glorious, sunlit ruins with his mother, with Julia, with O'Brien. Not doing anything, merely sitting in the sun, talking of peaceful things. Such thoughts as he had had when he was awake were mostly about his dreams. He seemed to have lost the power of intellectual effort, now that the stimulus of pain had been removed. He was not bored. He had no desire for conversation or distraction, merely to be alone, not to be beaten or questioned. To have enough to eat and to be clean all over was completely satisfying. By degrees he came to spend less and less time in sleep, and he still felt no impulse to get off the bed. All he cared for was to lie quiet and feel the strength gathering in his body. He would finger himself here and there, trying to make sure that it was not an illusion, that his muscles were growing rounder and the skin tauter. Finally, it was established beyond a doubt that he was growing fatter. His thighs were now definitely thicker than his knees. After that, reluctantly at first, he began exercising himself regularly. In a little while, he could walk 3 kilometers, measured by pacing the cell, and his bowed shoulders were growing straighter. He attempted more elaborate exercises, and was astonished and humiliated to find what things he could not do. He could not move out of a walk. He could not hold his stool out at arm's length. He could not stand on one leg without falling over. He squatted down on his heels and found that with agonizing pains in thigh and calf he could just lift himself to a standing position. He lay flat on his belly and tried to lift his weight by his hands. It was hopeless. He could not raise himself a centimeter. But after a few more days, a few more meal times, even that feat was accomplished. A time came when he could do it 6 times running. He began to grow actually proud of his body and to cherish an intermittent belief that his face was also growing back to normal. Only when he chanced to put a hand on his bald scalp did he remember the seamed, ruined face that had looked back to him out of the mirror. His mind grew more active. He sat down on the plank bed, his back against the wall and the slate on his knees, and he set to work deliberately at the task of re-educating himself. He had capitulated, that was agreed. In reality, as he saw now, he had been ready to capitulate long before he had taken the decision. From the moment when he was inside the Ministry of Love, and yes, even during those minutes when he and Julia had stood helpless while the iron voice from the telescreen told them what to do, he had grasped the frivolity, the shallowness of his attempt to set himself up against the power of the party. He knew now that for 7 years the thought police had watched him like a beetle under a magnifying glass. There was no physical act, no word spoken aloud that they had not noticed, no train of thought that they had not been able to infer. Even the speck of whitish dust on the cover of his diary they had carefully replaced. They had played soundtracks to him, shown him photographs. Some of them were photographs of Julia and himself. Yes, even he could not fight against the party any longer. Besides, the party was in the right. It must be so. How could the immortal collective brain be mistaken? By what external standard could you check its judgments? Sanity was statistical. It was merely a question of learning to think as they thought. Only the pencil felt thick and awkward in his fingers. He began to write down his thoughts as they came into his head. He first wrote in large, clumsy capitals, "Freedom is slavery." Then, almost without pause, he wrote beneath it, 2 and 2 make 5. But then there came a sort of check. His mind, as though shying away from something, seemed unable to concentrate. He knew that he knew what came next, but for the moment he could not recall it. When he did recall it, it was only by consciously reasoning it out what it must be. It did not come of its own accord. He wrote, "God is power." He accepted everything. The past was alterable. The past never had been altered. Oceania was at war with East Asia. Oceania had always been at war with East Asia. Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford were guilty of the crimes they were charged with. He had never seen the photograph that disproved their guilt. It had never existed. He had invented it. He remembered remembering contrary things, but those were false memories, products of self-deception. How easy it all was. Only surrender, and everything else followed. It was like swimming against a current that swept you backwards however hard you struggled, and then suddenly deciding to turn round and go with the current instead of opposing it. Nothing had changed except your own attitude. The predestined thing happened in any case. He hardly knew why he had ever rebelled. Everything was easy, except anything could be true. The so-called laws of nature were nonsense. The law of gravity was nonsense. "If I wished," O'Brien had said, "I could float off this floor like a soap bubble." Winston worked it out. If he thinks he floats off the floor, and I simultaneously think I see him do it, then the thing happens. Suddenly, like a lump of submerged wreckage breaking the surface of water, the thought burst into his mind. It doesn't really happen. We imagine it. It is hallucination. He pushed the thought under instantly. The fallacy was obvious. It presupposed that somewhere or other outside oneself there was a real world where real things happened. But how could there be such a world? What knowledge have we of anything, save through our own minds? All happenings are in the mind. Whatever happens in all minds truly happens. He had no difficulty in disposing of the fallacy, and he was in no danger of succumbing to it. He realized, nevertheless, that it ought never to have occurred to him. The mind should develop a blind spot whenever a dangerous thought presented itself. The process should be automatic, instinctive. Crime Stop, as they called it in Newspeak. He set to work to exercise himself in Crime Stop. He presented himself with propositions. The party says the earth is flat. The party says that ice is heavier than water. He trained himself in not seeing or not understanding the arguments that contradicted them. It was not easy. It needed great powers of reasoning and improvisation. The arithmetical problems raised, for instance, by such statements as 2 and 2 make 5, were beyond his intellectual grasp. It needed also a sort of athleticism of the mind, an agility at one movement to make the most delicate use of logic, and at the next to be unconscious of the crudest logical errors. Stupidity was as necessary as intelligence, and as difficult to attain. All the while, with one part of his mind, he wondered how soon they would shoot him. "Everything depends on yourself," O'Brien had said, but he knew that there was no conscious act by which you could bring it nearer. It might be 10 minutes hence, or 10 years. They might keep him for years in solitary confinement. They might send him to a labor camp. They might release him for a while, as they sometimes did. It was perfectly possible that before he was shot, the whole drama of his arrest and interrogation would be enacted all over again. The one certain thing was that death never came at the expected moment. The tradition, the unspoken tradition, somehow you knew it, though you never heard it said, was that they shot you from behind, always in the back of the head, without warning, as you walked down a door of a corridor from cell to cell. One day was not the right expression. Just as probably it was in the middle of the night. Once he fell into a strange, blissful reverie. He was walking down the corridor, waiting for the bullet. He knew that it was coming in another moment. Everything was settled, smoothed out, reconciled. There were no more doubts, no more arguments, no more pain, no more fear. His body was healthy and strong. He walked easily, with a joy of movement and with a feeling of walking in sunlight. He was not longer in the narrow white corridors of the Ministry of Love. He was in an enormous sunlit passage, a kilometer wide, down which he had seemed to walk in the delirium induced by drugs. He was in the Golden Country, following the foot track across the old rabbit-cropped pasture. He could feel the short, springy turf under his feet and the gentle sunshine on his face. At the edge of the field were the elm trees, faintly stirring, and somewhere beyond that was the stream where the dace lay in the green pools under the willows. Suddenly he stared up with shock and horror. The sweat broke out on his backbone, and he heard himself cry aloud, "Julia! Julia! Julia, my love! Julia!" For a moment he had had an overwhelming hallucination of her presence, but it seemed not to be merely with him, but inside him. It was as though she had got into the texture of his skin. In that moment he had loved her far more than he had ever done when they were together and free. He also knew that somewhere or other she was still alive and needed his help. He lay back on the bed and tried to compose himself. What had he done? How many years had he added to his servitude by that moment of weakness? In another moment he would hear the tramp of boots outside. They could not let such an outburst go unpunished. They would know now, if they had not known before, that he was breaking the agreement that he had made with them. He obeyed the party, but still he hated the party. In the old days he had hidden a heretical mind beneath the appearance of conformity. Now he had retreated a step further. In the mind he had surrendered, but he had hoped to keep the inner heart inviolate. He knew that he was in the wrong, but he preferred to be in the wrong. They would understand that. O'Brien would understand it. It was all confessed in that single foolish cry. He would have to start all over again. It might take years. He ran a hand over his face, trying to familiarize himself with the new shape. There were deep furrows in the cheeks. The cheekbones felt sharp. The nose flattened. Besides, since last seeing himself in the glass, he had been given a complete new set of teeth. It was not easy to perceive inscrutability when you did not know what your face looked like. In any case, mere control of the features was not enough. For the first time he perceived that if you want to keep a secret, you must also hide it from yourself. You must know that all the while that it is there, but until it is needed, you must never let it emerge into your consciousness in any shape that could be given a name. From now onwards, he must not only think right, he must feel right, dream right, and all the while he must keep his hatred locked up inside him like a ball of matter, which was part of himself and yet unconnected with the rest of him, a kind of cyst. One day they would decide to shoot him. You could not tell when it would happen, but a few seconds beforehand it should be possible to guess. It was always from behind, walking down a corridor. 10 seconds would be enough. It was the time that the world inside him could turn over, and then suddenly, without a word uttered, without a check in his step, without a changing of a line in his face, suddenly the camouflage would be down, and bang! Out would go the batteries of his hatred. Hatred would fill him like an enormous roaring flame, and almost in the same instant bang would go the bullet, too late or too early. They would have blown his brain to pieces before they could reclaim it. The heretical thought would go unpunished, unrepented, out of their reach forever. They would have blown a hole in their own perfection. To die hating them, that was freedom. He shut his eyes. It was more difficult than accepting an intellectual discipline. It was a question of degrading himself, mutilating himself. He had got to plunge into the filthiest of filth. What was the most horrible, sickening thing of all? He thought of Big Brother. The enormous face, because of constantly seeing it on posters, he always thought of it as being a meter wide. With its heavy black mustache and eyes that followed you to and fro, seemed to float into his mind of his own accord. What were his true feelings for Big Brother? There were the heavy tramp of boots in the passage. The steel door swung open with a clang. O'Brien walked into his cell. Behind him were the waxen-faced officer and the black-uniformed guards. "Get up," said Bryan. "Come here." Winston stood opposite him. O'Brien took Winston's shoulders between his strong hands and looked at him closely. "You have had thoughts of deceiving me," he said. "That was stupid. Stand up straighter. Look me in the face." He paused and went on in a gentler tone. "You're improving. Intellectually, there is very little wrong with you. It is only emotionally that you have failed to make progress. Tell me, Winston, and remember, no lies. You know that I'm always able to detect a lie. Tell me, what are your true feelings towards Big Brother?" "I hate him." "You hate him? Good. Then the time has come for you to take the last step. You must love Big Brother. It is not enough to obey him. You must love him." He released Winston with a little push towards the guards. "Room 101, he said. Chapter 5. At each stage of his imprisonment he had known, or seemed to know, whereabouts he was in the windowless building. Possibly there were slight differences in the air pressure. The cells where the guards had beaten him were below ground level. The room where he had been interrogated by O'Brien was high up near the roof. This place was many meters underground, as deep down as it was possible to go. It was bigger than most of the cells he had been in, but he hardly noticed his surroundings. All he noticed was that there were two small tables straight in front of him, each covered with green baize. One was only a meter or two from him, and the other was further away near the door. He was strapped upright in a chair, so tightly that he could move nothing, not even his head. A sort of pad gripped his head from behind, forcing him to look straight in front of him. For a moment he was alone, and then the door opened and O'Brien came in. "You asked me once," said O'Brien, "what was in room 101. I told you that you knew the answer already. Everyone knows it. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world." The door opened again. A guard came in, carrying something made of wire, a box or a basket of some kind. He set it down on the further table. Because of the position in which O'Brien was standing, Winston could not see what the thing was. "The worst thing in the world," said O'Brien, "varies from individual to individual. It may be burial alive, or death by fire, or by drowning, or by impalement, or 50 other deaths. There are cases where it is some quite trivial thing, not even fatal." He'd moved a little to one side so that Winston had a better view of the thing on the table. It was an oblong wire cage with a handle on top for carrying it by. Fixed to the front of it was something that looked like a fencing mask, with a concave side outwards. Although it was 3 or 4 meters away from him, he could see that the cage was divided lengthwise into 2 compartments, and that there was some kind of creature in each. They were rats. "In your case," said O'Brien, "the worst thing in the world happens to be rats." A sort of premonitory terror, a fear that he was not certain what, a fear of he was not certain what had passed through Winston as soon as he caught his first glimpse of the cage. But at this moment, the meaning of the mask-like attachment in front of it suddenly sank into him. His bowels seemed to turn to water. "You can't do that," he cried out in a high, cracked voice. "You couldn't! You couldn't! It's impossible!" "Do you remember," said O'Brien, "the moment of panic that used to occur in your dreams? There's a wall of blackness in front of you, and a roaring sound in your ears. There was something terrible on the other side of the wall. You knew that you knew what it was, but you dared not drag it out into the open. It was the rats that were on the other side of the wall." "O'Brien," said Winston, making an effort to control his voice, "you know that this is not necessary. What is it that you want me to do?" O'Brien made no direct answer. When he spoke, it was in the schoolmasterish manner that he sometimes affected. He looked thoughtfully into the distance, as though he were addressing an audience somewhere behind Winston's back. By itself, he said, pain is not always enough. There are occasions when a human being will stand out against pain, even to the point of death. But for everyone there is something unendurable, something that cannot be contemplated. Courage and cowardice are not involved. If you are falling from a height, it is not cowardly to clutch at a rope. If you've come up from deep water, it is not cowardly to fill your lungs with air. It is merely an instinct which cannot be disobeyed. It is the same with the rats. For you, they are unendurable. They are a form of pressure that you cannot withstand, even if you wanted to. You will do what is required of you. But what is it? What is it? How can I do it if I don't know what it is? O'Brien picked up the cage and brought it across to the nearer table. He set it down carefully on the baize cloth. Winston could hear the blood singing in his ears. He had the feeling of sitting in utter loneliness. He was in the middle of a great empty plain, a flat desert drenched with sunlight, across which all sounds came to him out of immense distances. Yet the cage with the rats was not 2 meters away from him. They were enormous rats. They were at an age where a rat's muzzle grows blunt and fierce, and his fur brown instead of gray. The rat, said O'Brien, still addressing his invisible audience, although a rodent, is carnivorous. You are aware of that. You will have heard of the things that happen in the poor quarters of this town. In some streets, women dare not leave her baby alone in the house even for 5 minutes. The rats are certain to attack it. Within quite a small time, they will strip it to the bones. They also attack sick or dying people. They show astonishing intelligence in knowing which human being is helpless. There was an outburst of squeals from the cage. It seemed to reach Winston from far away. The rats were fighting. They were trying to get at each other through the partition. He also heard a deep groan of despair. That, too, seemed to come from outside of himself. O'Brien picked up the cage, and as he did so, pressed something in it. There was a sharp click. Winston made a frantic effort to tear himself loose from the chair. It was hopeless. Every part of him, even his head, was held immovably. O'Brien moved the cage clearer. It was less than a meter from Winston's face. I have pressed the first lever, said O'Brien. You understand the construction of this cage. The mask will fit over your head, leaving no exit. When I press this other lever, the door of the cage will slide up. These starving brutes will shoot out of it like bullets. Have you ever seen a rat leap through the air? They will leap onto your face and bore straight into it. Sometimes they attack the eyes first. Sometimes they burrow through the cheeks and devour the tongue. The cage was nearer. It was closing in. Winston heard a succession of shrill cries which appeared to be occupying the air above his head. Even with a split second left, to think was the only hope. Suddenly the foul, musty odor of the brute struck his nostrils. There was a violent convulsion of nausea inside of him, and he almost lost consciousness. Everything had gone black. For an instant he was insane, a screaming animal. And yet he came out of the blackness clutching an idea. There was one and only one way to save himself. He must interpose another human being, the body of another human being, between himself and the rats. The circle of the mask was large enough now to shut out the vision of anything else. The wire door was a couple of headspans from his face. The rats knew what was coming now. One of them was leaping up and down. The other, an old scaly grandfather of the sewers, stood up with his pink hands against the bars and fiercely snuffed the air. Winston could see the whiskers and the yellow teeth. Again the black panic took hold of him. He was blind, helpless, mindless. It was a common punishment in Imperial China, said O'Brien, as didactically as ever. The mask was closing on his face. The wire brushed his cheek, and then, no, it was not relief. Only hope, a tiny fragment of hope. Too late, perhaps too late, but he had suddenly understood that in the whole world there was just one person to whom he could transfer his punishment, one body that he could thrust between himself and the rats. And he was shouting frantically over and over, "Do it to Julia! Do it to Julia! Not me! Julia! I don't care what you do to her! Tear her face off! Strip her to the bones! Not me! Julia! Not me!" He was falling backwards into enormous depths, away from the rats. He was still strapped in the chair, but he had fallen through the floor, through the walls of the building, through the earth, through the oceans, through the atmosphere, into outer space, into the gulfs between the stars, always away, away, away from the stars. He was light years distant, but O'Brien was still standing at his side. There was still the cold touch of a wire against his cheek. But through the darkness that enveloped him, he heard another metallic click, and knew that the cage door had clicked shut and not open. Chapter 6. The chestnut tree was almost empty. A ray of sunlight slanting through the window fell on yellow dusty tabletops. It was the lonely hour of 15. A tinny music trickled out from the telescreens. Winston sat in his usual corner, gazing into an empty glass. Now and again he glanced up at a vast face which is eyeing him from the opposite wall. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said. Unbidden, a waiter came and filled his glass up with Victory gin, shaking into it a few drops from another bottle with a quill through the cork. It was saccharine flavored with cloves, the specialty of the cafe. Winston was listening to the telescreen. At present, only music was coming out of it, but there was a possibility that at any moment there might be a special bulletin from the Ministry of Peace. The news from the African front was disquieting in the extreme. On and off, he had been worrying about it all day. A Eurasian army, Oceania was at war with Eurasia, Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia, was moving southward at a terrifying speed. The midday bulletin had not mentioned any definite area, but it was probable that that already the mouth of the Congo was a battlefield. Brazzaville and Leopoldville were in danger. One did not have to look at the map to see what it meant. It was not merely a question of losing Central Africa. For the first time in the whole war, the territory of Oceania itself was menaced. A violent emotion, not fear exactly, but a sort of undifferentiated excitement flared up in him and then faded again. He stopped thinking about the war. In these days, he could never fix his mind on any one subject for more than a few moments at a time. He picked up his glass and drained it at a gulp. As always, it made him shudder and even retch slightly. The stuff was horrible. The cloves and saccharin themselves, disgusting enough in their sickly way, could not disguise the flat, oily smell. And what was worst of all was that the smell of gin, which dwelt with him night and day, was inextricably mixed up in his mind with the smell of those... He never named them, even in his thoughts. So far as it was possible, he never visualized them. There was something he was half aware of, hovering close to his face, a smell that clung to his nostrils. As the gin rose in him, he belched through his purple lips. He'd grown fatter since they released him, and he regained his old color, indeed more than regained it. His features had thickened, the skin on his nose and cheekbones was coarsely red. Even the bald scalp, too, was a deep pink. A waiter, again unbidden, brought the chessboard in the current issue of the Times, with a page turned down at the chess problem. Then, seeing that Winston's glass was empty, he brought the gin bottle and filled it. There was no need to give orders. They knew his habits. The chessboard was always waiting for him. His corner table was always reserved. Even when the place was full, he had it to himself, since nobody cared to be sitting too close to him. He never even bothered to count his drinks. At irregular intervals, they presented him with a dirty slip of paper, which they said was the bill, but he had the impression that they always undercharged him. It would have made no difference if it had been the other way about. He always had plenty of money nowadays. He even had a job, a sinecure, more highly paid than his old job had been. The music from the telescreen stopped, and a voice took over. Winston raised his head to listen. No bulletin from the front, however. It was merely a brief announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. In the preceding quarter, it appeared, the 10th three-year plan's quota for bootlaces had been overfulfilled by 98%. He examined the chess problem and set out the pieces. It was a tricky ending, involving a couple of knights. White to play and mate in 2 moves. Winston looked up at the portrait of Big Brother. White always mates, he thought with a sort of cloudy mysticism. Always without exception it is so arranged. In no chess problem since the beginning of the world has black ever won. Did it not symbolize the eternal, unvarying triumph of good over evil? The huge face gazed back at him, full of calm power. White always mates. The voice from the telescreen paused and added a different and a much graver tone. You are warned to stand by for an important announcement at 15:30. 15:30. This is news of the highest importance. Take care not to miss it. 15:30. The tinkling music struck up again. Winston's heart stirred. That was the bulletin from the front. Instinct told him that it was bad news, that bad news was coming. All day, with little spurts of excitement, the thought of smashing defeat in Africa had been in and out of his mind. He seemed actually to see the Eurasian army swarming across the never-broken frontier and pouring down into the tip of Africa like a column of ants. Why had it not been possible to outflank them in some way? The outline of the West African coast stood out vividly in his mind. He picked up the white knight and moved it across the board. There was the proper spot. Even while he saw the Black Horde racing southward, he saw another force, mysteriously assembled, suddenly planted in their rear, cutting off their communications by land and sea. He felt that by willing it, he was bringing that other force into existence, but it was necessary to act quickly. If they could get control of the whole of Africa, if they had airfields and submarine bases at the Cape, it would cut Oceania in two. It might mean anything. Defeat, breakdown, a redivision of the world, the destruction of the party. He drew a deep breath. An extraordinary medley of feelings, but it was not a medley exactly. Rather, it was a successive layer of feeling. It was successive layers of feeling, in which one could not say which layer was undermost, struggled inside him. The spasm passed. He put the white knight back in its place, but for the moment he could not settle down to a serious study of the chess problem. His thoughts wandered again. Almost unconsciously, he traced his finger in the dust on the table. 2 + 2 = 5. They can't get inside you, she had said, but they could get inside you. What happens to you here is forever, O'Brien had said. That was a true word. There were things, your own acts, from which you could never recover. Something was killed in your breast, burnt out, cauterized out. He had seen her. He had never spoken to her. There was no danger in it. He knew as though instinctively that they now took almost no interest in his doings. He could have arranged to meet her at a second time if either of them had wanted to. Actually, it was by chance that they had came to meet. It was in the park, on a vile biting day in March, when the earth was like iron, and all the grass seemed dead, and there was not a bud anywhere except for a few crocuses which had pushed themselves up to be dismembered by the wind. He was hurrying along with frozen hands and watering eyes when he saw her not 10 meters away from him. It struck him at once that she had changed in some ill-defined way. They almost passed one another without sign, and then he turned and followed her, not very eagerly. He knew that there was no danger. Nobody would take interest in them. She did not speak. She walked obliquely away across the grass as though trying to get rid of him. Then seemed to resign herself to having him at her side. Presently they were in among a clump of ragged leafless shrubs, useless either for concealment or as protection from the wind. They halted. It was vilely cold. The wind whistled through the twigs and fretted the occasional dirty-looking crocuses. He put his arm around her waist. There was no telescreen, but there must be hidden microphones. Besides, they could be seen. It did not matter. Nothing mattered. They could have lain down on the ground and done that if they had wanted to. His flesh froze with horror at the thought of it. She made no response whatever to the clasp of his arm. She did not even try to disengage herself. He knew now what had changed in her. Her face was sallower, and there was a long scar, partly hidden by hair, across her forehead and temple. But that was not the change. It was that her waist had grown thicker, and in a surprising way had stiffened. He remembered how once, after the explosion of a rocket bomb, he had helped to drag a corpse out of some ruins, and had been astonished not only by the incredible weight of the thing, but by its rigidity and awkwardness to handle, which made it seem almost more like stone than flesh. Her body felt like that. It occurred to him that the texture of her skin would be quite different from what it had once been. He had not attempted to kiss her, nor did they speak. As they walked back across the grass, she looked directly at him for the first time. It was only a momentary glance, full of contempt and dislike. He wondered whether it was a dislike that came purely out of the past, or whether it was inspired also by his bloated face and the water that the wind kept squeezing from his eyes. They sat down on 2 iron chairs, side by side, but not too close together. He saw that she was about to speak. She moved her clumsy shoe a few centimeters and deliberately crushed a twig. Her feet seemed to have grown broader, he noticed. "I betrayed you," she said baldly. "I betrayed you," he said. She gave him another quick look of dislike. "Sometimes," she said, "they threaten you with something you can't stand up to, can't even think about. And you say, 'Don't do it to me, do it to somebody else, do it to so-and-so.' And perhaps you might pretend afterwards that it was only a trick and that you just said it to make them stop and didn't really mean it. But that isn't true. At the time when it happens, you do mean it. You think that there's no other way of saving yourself, and you're quite ready to save yourself that way. You want it to happen to the other person. You don't give a damn if they suffer. All you care about is yourself. All you care about is yourself, he echoed. And after that, you don't feel the same towards the other person any longer. No, he said, you don't feel the same. There did not seem to be anything more to say. The wind plastered their thin overalls against their bodies. Almost at once it became embarrassing to sit there in silence. Besides, it was too cold to keep still. She said something about catching her tube and stood up to go. "We must meet again," he said. "Yes," she said. "We must meet again." He followed irresolutely for a little distance, half a pace behind her. They did not speak again. She did not actually try to shake him off, but walked at just such a speed as to prevent his keeping abreast of her. He'd made up his mind that he would accompany her as far as the tube station, but suddenly this process of trailing along in the cold seemed pointless and unbearable. He was overwhelmed by a desire not so much to get away from Julia as to get back to the Chestnut Tree Cafe, which had never seemed so attractive as at this moment. He had a nostalgic vision of his corner table, with a newspaper and the chessboard and the ever-flowing gin. Above all, it would be warm in there. The next moment, not altogether by accident, he allowed himself to become separated her by a small knot of people. He made a half-hearted attempt to catch up, then slowed down, turned, and made off in the opposite direction. When he had gone 50 meters, he looked back. The street was not crowded, but already he could not distinguish her. Any one of a dozen hurrying figures might have been hers. Perhaps her thickened, stiffened body was no longer recognizable from behind. "At the time when it happens," she had said, "you do mean it." He had meant it. He had not merely said it, he had wished it. He had wished that she, and not he, should be delivered over to the... Something changed in the music that trickled from the telescreen. A cracked and jeering note, a yellow note, came into it. And then, perhaps it was not happening. Perhaps it was only a memory taking on the semblance of sound. A voice was singing. "Under the spreading chestnut tree, I sold you, and you sold me." The tears welled up in his eyes. A passing waiter noticed that his glass was empty and came back with the gin bottle. He took up his glass and sniffed at it. The stuff grew not less but more horrible with every mouthful he drank. But it had become the element that he swam in. It was his life, his death, and his resurrection. It was gin that sank him into a stupor every night, and gin that relieved him every morning. When he woke, seldom before 1100, with gummed-up eyelids and a fiery mouth, and a back that seemed to be broken, it would have been impossible even to rise from the horizontal if it had not been for the bottle and the teacup placed beside the bed overnight. Through the midday hours, he sat with a glazed face, the bottle handy, listening to the telescreen. From 15 to closing time, he was a fixture in the Chestnut Tree. No one cared what he did any longer. No whistle woke him. No telescreen admonished him. Occasionally, perhaps twice a week, he went to a dusty, forgotten-looking office in the Ministry of Truth and did a little work, or what was called work. He had been appointed to a subcommittee of a subcommittee, which had sprouted from one of the innumerable committees dealing with minor difficulties that arose in the completion of the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. They were engaged in producing something called an interim report, but what it was that they were reporting on he had never definitely found out. It was something to do with the question of whether commas should be placed inside the brackets or outside. There were 4 others on the committee, all of them persons similar to himself. There were days when they assembled and then promptly dispersed again, frankly admitting to one another that there was really not anything to be done. But there were other days when they settled down to their work almost eagerly, making a tremendous show of entering up their minutes and drafting long memoranda which were never finished. When the argument as to what they were supposedly arguing about grew extraordinarily involved and abstruse, with subtle hagglings over definitions, enormous digressions, quarrels, threats, even, to appeal to a higher authority. And then suddenly the life would go out of them, and they would sit around the table looking at one another with extinct eyes, like ghosts fading at a cockcrow. The telescreen was silent for a moment. Winston raised his head again. "Bulletin!" But no, they were merely changing the music. He had the map of Africa behind his eyelids. The movement of the armies was a diagram, a black arrow tearing vertically southward, and a white arrow tearing horizontally eastward, across the tail of the first. As though for reassurance, he looked up at the imperturbable face of the portrait. Was it conceivable that the second arrow did not even exist? His interest flagged again. He drank another mouthful of gin, picked up the white knight, and made a tentative move. Check. But it was evidently not the right move, because, uncalled, a memory floated into his mind. He saw a candlelit room with a vast white counterpaned bed, and himself, a boy of 9 or 10, sitting on the floor, shaking a dice box and laughing excitedly. His mother was sitting opposite him, and also laughing. It must have been about a month before she disappeared. It was a moment of reconciliation, when the nagging hunger in his belly was forgotten, and his earlier affection for her had temporarily revived. He remembered the day well, a pelting, drenching day, when the water streamed down the window pane, and the light indoors was too dull to read by. The boredom of the 2 children in the dark, cramped bedroom became unbearable. Winston whined and grizzled and made futile demands for food, fretted about the room, pulling everything out of place, kicking the wainscoting until the neighbors banged on the wall while the younger child wailed intermittently. In the end, his mother had said, "Now be good. I'll buy you a toy. A lovely toy. You'll love it." And then she had gone out into the rain to a little general shop, which was still sporadically open nearby, and came back with a cardboard box containing an outfit of snakes and ladders. He could still remember the smell of the damp cardboard. It was a miserable outfit. The board was cracked, and the tiny wooden dice were so ill-cut that they would hardly lie on their sides. Winston looked at the things sulkily and without interest. But then his mother lit a piece of candle, and they sat down on the floor to play. Soon he was wildly excited and shouting with laughter as the tiddlywinks climbed hopefully up the ladders and then came slithering down the snakes again. Almost back to the starting point. They played 8 games, winning 4 each. His tiny sister, too young to understand what the game was about, had sat propped against a bolster, laughing because the others were laughing. For a whole afternoon they had all been happy together, as in his earlier childhood. He pushed the picture out of his mind. It was a false memory. He was troubled by false memories occasionally. They did not matter so long as one knew them for what they were. Some things had happened, others had not happened. He turned back to the chessboard and picked up the white knight again. Almost in the same instant, he dropped it onto the board with a clatter. He had started as though a pin had run into him. A shrill trumpet call had pierced the air. It was the bulletin. Victory! It always meant victory when the trumpet call preceded the news. A sort of electric thrill ran through the cafe. Even the waiters had started and pricked up their ears. The trumpet call had let loose an enormous volume of noise. Already an excited voice was gabbling from the telescreen. But even as it started, it was almost drowned by the roar of cheering from the outside. The news had run around the streets like magic. He could hear just enough of what was issuing from the telescreen to realize that it had all happened as he had foreseen. A vast seaborne armada, secretly assembled, a sudden blow in the enemy's rear, the white arrow tearing across the tail of the back. Fragments of triumphant phrases pushed themselves through the din. Vast strategic maneuver, perfect coordination, utter rout, 500,000 prisoners, complete demoralization, control of the whole of Africa, bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Victory, greatest victory in human history. Victory, victory, victory. Under the table, Winston's feet made a convulsive movement. He was not stirred from his seat, but in his mind he was running, swiftly running. He was with the crowds outside, cheering himself deaf. He looked up again at the portrait of Big Brother, the colossus that bestrode the world, the rock against which the hordes of Asia dashed themselves in vain. He thought how 10 minutes ago, yes, only 10 minutes, there had been equivocation in his heart as he wondered whether the news from the front would be victory or defeat. It was more than the Eurasian army that had perished. Much had changed in him since that first day in the ministry of love, but the final, indispensable healing change had never happened until this moment. The voice from the telescreen was still pouring forth its tale of prisoners and booty and slaughter, but the shouting outside had died down a little. The waiters were turning back to their work. One of them approached with a gin bottle. Winston, sitting in a blissful dream, paid no attention as his glass was filled up. He was not running or cheering any longer. He was back in the ministry of love, with everything forgiven, his soul white as snow. He was in the public dock, confessing everything, implicating everybody. He was walking down the white-tiled corridor with a feeling of walking in sunlight and an armed guard at his back. The long-hoped-for bullet was entering his brain. He gazed up at the enormous face. 40 years it had taken him to learn what kind of smile was hidden beneath the dark mustache. Oh, cruel, needless misunderstanding! Oh, stubborn, self-willed exile from the loving breast! 2 gin-scented tears trickled down from the sides of his nose. But it was all right. Everything was all right. The struggle was finished. He had won victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. The end. Appendix. The Principles of Newspeak. Newspeak was the official language of Oceania and had been devised to meet the ideological needs of Ingsoc, or English socialism. In the year 1984, there was not as yet anyone who used Newspeak as his sole means of communication, either in speech or writing. The leading articles in the Times were written in it, but this was a tour de force, which could not be carried out by a specialist. Which could only be carried out by a specialist. It was expected that Newspeak would have finally superseded Oldspeak, or Standard English as we should call it, by about the year 2050. Meanwhile, it gained ground steadily, all party members tending to use Newspeak words and grammatical constructions more and more in their everyday speech. The version in use in 1984, and embodied in the 9th and 10th editions of the Newspeak Dictionary, was a provisional one, and contained many superfluous words and archaic formulations which were due to be suppressed later. It was with the final perfected version, as embodied in the 11th edition of the dictionary, that we are concerned here. The purpose of Newspeak was not only to provide a medium of expression for the worldview and mental habits proper to the devotees of Ingsoc, but to make all other modes of thought impossible. It was intended that when Newspeak had been adopted once and for all, and Oldspeak forgotten, a heretical thought, that is, a thought diverging from the principles of Ingsoc, should be literally unthinkable, at least so far as thought is dependent on words. Its vocabulary was so constructed as to give exact and often very subtle expression to every meaning that a party member could properly wish to express, while excluding all other meanings and also the possibility of arriving at them by indirect methods. This was done partly by the invention of new words, but chiefly by eliminating undesirable words and by stripping such words as remained of unorthodox meanings, and, so far as possible, of all secondary meanings whatever. To give a single example, the word free still existed in Newspeak, but it could only be used in statements such as, "This dog is free from lice," or "This field is free from weeds." It could not be used in its old sense of politically free or intellectually free, since political and intellectual freedom no longer existed even as concepts, and were, therefore of necessity nameless. Quite apart from the suppression of definitely heretical words, reduction of vocabulary was regarded as an end in itself, and no word that could be dispensed with was allowed to survive. Newspeak was designed not to extend, but to diminish the range of thought, and this purpose was indirectly assisted by cutting the choice of words down to a minimum. Newspeak was founded on the English language as we now know it, though many Newspeak sentences, even when not containing newly created words, would be barely intelligible to an English speaker of our own day. Newspeak words were divided into 3 distinct classes, known as the A vocabulary, the B vocabulary, also called compound words, and the C vocabulary. It will be simpler to discuss each class separately, but the grammatical peculiarities of the language can be dealt with in the section devoted to the A vocabulary, since the same rules held good for all 3 categories. The A vocabulary. The A vocabulary consisted of words needed for the business of everyday life, for such things as eating, drinking, working, putting on one's clothes, going up and down stairs, riding in vehicles, gardening, cooking, and the like. It was composed almost entirely of words that we already possess. Words like hit, run, dog, tree, sugar, house, field. But in comparison with the present-day English vocabulary, the number was extremely small, while their meanings were far more rigidly defined. All ambiguities and shades of meaning have been purged out of them. So far as it could be achieved, a Newspeak word of this class was simply a staccato sound expressing one clearly understood concept. It would have been quite impossible to use the A vocabulary for literary purposes or for political or philosophical discussion. It was intended only to express simple, purposive thoughts, usually involving concrete objects or physical actions. The grammar of Newspeak has 2 outstanding peculiarities. The first of these was an almost complete interchangeability between different parts of speech. Any word in the language, in principle this applied even to very abstract words such as if or when, could be used either as verb, noun, adjective, or adverb. Between the verb and the noun form, when they were of the same root, There was never any variation, this rule of itself involving the destruction of many archaic forms. The word thought, for example, did not exist in Newspeak. Its place was taken by think, which did duty for both noun and verb. No etymological principle was followed here. In some cases, it was the original noun that was chosen for retention. In other cases, the verb. Even where a noun and a verb of kindred meaning were not etymologically connected, one or the other of them was frequently suppressed. There was, for example, no such word as cut, its meaning being sufficiently covered by the noun-verb knife. Adjectives were formed by adding the suffix full to the noun verb, and adverbs by adding wise. Thus, for example, speedful meant rapid, and speedwise meant quickly. Certain of our present-day adjectives, such as good, strong, big, black, soft, were retained, but their total number was very small. There was little need for them, since almost any adjectival meaning could be arrived at by adding full to a noun verb. None of the now existing adverbs was retained, except for very few ending in wise. The wise termination was invariable. The word well, for example, was replaced by goodwise. In addition, any word, this again applied in principle to every word in the language, could be negatived by adding the affix un, or could be strengthened by the affix plus, or for still greater emphasis, double plus. Thus, for example, uncold meant warm, while plus cold and double plus cold meant respectively very cold or superlatively cold. It was also possible, as in present-day English, to modify the meanings of almost any word by prepositional affixes, such as ante, post, up, down, etc. By such methods, it was found possible to bring about an enormous diminution of vocabulary. Given, for instance, the word good, there was no need for a word such as bad, since the required meaning was equally well, indeed better, expressed by ungood. All that was necessary, in any case where two words formed a natural pair of opposites, was to decide which of them to suppress. Dark, for example, could be replaced by unlight, or light by undark, according to preference. The second distinguishing mark of Newspeak grammar was its regularity. Subject to few exceptions, which are mentioned below, all inflections followed the same rules. Thus, in all verbs, the preterite and the past participle were all the same and ended in ed. The preterite of steel was steeled, and the I'm stumbling over my words, I apologize. And the preterite of think was thinked, and so on throughout the language. All such forms as swam, gave, brought, spoke, taken, etc. being abolished. All plurals were made by adding s or s's, as the case might be. The plurals of man, ox, life were mans, oxes, lifes. Comparison of adjectives was invariably made by adding est, good, gooder, goodest, irregular forms, and the more, most formulation being suppressed. The only classes of words that were still allowed to inflect irregularity were the pronouns, the relatives and the demonstrative adjectives, and the auxiliary verbs. All of these followed their ancient usage, except that whom had been scrapped as unnecessary, and the shall, should tenses were dropped, and all their uses being covered by will and would. There were also certain irregularities in word formulation rising out of the need for rapid and easy speech. A word which was difficult to utter, or was liable to be incorrectly heard, was held to be ipso facto a bad word. Occasionally, therefore, for the sake of euphony, extra letters were inserted into a word, or an archaic formulation was retained. But this need made itself felt chiefly in connection with the B vocabulary. Why so great an importance was attached to ease of pronunciation will be made clear later in this essay. The B vocabulary. The B vocabulary consisted of words which had been deliberately constructed for political purposes. Words, that is to say, which not only had in every case a political implication, but were intended to impose a desirable mental attitude upon the person using them. Without a full understanding of the principles of Ingsoc, it was difficult for these words to use these words correctly. In some cases, they could be translated into Old Speak, or even into words taken from the A vocabulary, but this usually demanded a long paraphrase and always involved a loss of certain overtones. The B words were a sort of verbal shorthand, often packing whole ranges of ideas into a few syllables, and at the same time more accurate and forcible than ordinary language. The B words were in all cases compound words. Footnote. Compound words, such as speak right, were of course to be found in the A vocabulary, but these were merely convenient abbreviations and had no special ideological color. End footnote. They consisted of two or more words, or portions of words, welded together in an easily pronounceable form. The resulting amalgam was always a noun verb, inflected accordingly to the ordinary rules. To take a single example, the word goodthink, meaning very roughly orthodoxy, or, if one chose to regard it as a verb, to think in an orthodox manner. This inflected as follows: noun verb, goodthink; past tense and past participle, goodthinked; present participle, good thinking; adjective, good thinkful; adverb, good think wise; verbal noun, good thinker. The B words were not constructed on any etymological plan. The words of which they made up could be any parts of speech, and could be placed in any order and mutilated in any way which made them easy to pronounce while indicating their derivation. In the word crime-think, thought crime, for instance, the think came second, whereas in think Paul, thought police, it came first, and in the latter word police had lost its second syllable. Because of the greater difficulty in securing euphony, irregular formulations were commoner in the B vocabulary than in the A vocabulary. For instance, the adjectival forms of mini-true, mini-pax, and mini-love were respectively mini-truthful, mini-peaceful, and mini-lovely, simply because truthful, paxful, and loveful were slightly awkward to pronounce. In principle, however, all B words should inflect, and all inflected in exactly the same way. Some of the B words had highly subtilized meanings, barely intelligible to anyone who had not mastered the language as a whole. Consider, for example, such a typical sentence from a Times article, a leading article, as "Old thinkers unbellyfeel ingsoc." The shortest rendering that one could make of this in Old Speak would be, "Those whose ideas were formed before the Revolution cannot have full emotional understanding of the principles of English socialism." But this is not an adequate translation. To begin with, in order to grasp the full meaning of the Newspeak sentence quoted above, one would have to have a clear idea of what is meant by ingsoc. And in addition, only a person thoroughly grounded in ingsoc could appreciate the full force of the word bellyfeel, which implied a blind, enthusiastic acceptance difficult to imagine today, or any word oldthink, which was inextricably mixed up with the idea of wickedness and decadence. But in the special function of certain Newspeak words, of which oldthink was one, was not so much to express meanings as to destroy them. These words, necessarily few in number, had had their meanings extended until they contained within themselves whole batteries of words which, as they were sufficiently covered by a single comprehensive term, could now be scrapped and forgotten. The greatest difficulty facing the compilers of the Newspeak dictionary was not to invent new words, but, having invented them, to make sure what they meant, to make sure, that is to say, what ranges of words they cancelled by their existence. As we have already seen in the case of the word free, words which once had borne a heretical meaning were sometimes retained for the sake of convenience, but only with the undesirable meanings purged out from them. Countless other words, such as honor, justice, morality, internationalism, democracy, science, and religion, had simply ceased to exist. A few blanket words covered them, and in covering them, abolished them. All words grouping themselves around the concepts of liberty and equality, for instance, were contained in the single word crime-think, while all words grouping themselves around concepts of objectivity and rationalism were contained in the single word oldthink. Greater precision would have been dangerous. What was required in a party member was an outlook similar to that of the ancient Hebrew, who knew, without knowing much else, that all nations other than his own worshipped false gods. He did not need to know that these gods were called Baal or Osiris, Moloch, Astaroth, and the like. Probably the less he knew about them, the better for his orthodoxy. He knew Jehovah and the commandments of Jehovah. He knew, therefore, that all gods with other names and other attributes were false gods. In somewhat the same way, the party member knew what constituted the right conduct, and an exceedingly vague, generalized... Excuse me. The party member knew what constituted right conduct, and in exceedingly vague, generalized terms, he knew what kinds of departure from it were possible. His sexual life, for example, was entirely regulated by two Newspeak words: sex crime, sexual immorality, and good sex, chastity. Sex crime covered all sexual misdeeds whatever. It covered fornication, adultery, homosexuality, and other perversions, and in addition, normal intercourse practiced for its own sake. There was no need to enumerate them separately, since they were all equally culpable, and in principle all punishable by death. In the C vocabulary, which consisted of scientific and technical words, it might be necessary to give specialized names to certain sexual aberrations, but the ordinary citizen had no need of them. He knew what was meant by good sex, that is to say, normal intercourse between man and wife for the sole purpose of begetting children, and without physical pleasure on the part of the woman. All else was sex crime. In Newspeak, it was seldom possible to follow a heretical thought further than the perception that it was heretical, beyond the point that the necessary words were non-existent. No word in the B vocabulary was ideological neutral. A great many were euphemisms. Such words, for instance, as joy camp, forced labor camp, or mini-pax, Ministry of Peace, i.e. Ministry of War, meant almost the exact opposite of what they appeared to mean. Some words, on the other hand, displayed a frank and contemptuous understanding of the real nature of oceanic society. An example was prolfeed, meaning the rubbishy entertainment and spurious news which the party handed out to the masses. Other words, again, were ambivalent, having the connotation good when applied to the party and bad when applied to its enemies. But in addition, there were great numbers of words which at first sight appeared to be mere abbreviations, and which derived their ideological color not from their meaning, but from their structure. So far as it could be contrived, everything that had or might have political significance of any kind was fitted into the B vocabulary. The name of every organization or body of people, or doctrine or country or institution or public building was invariably cut down into the familiar shape, that is, a singly, easily pronounced word with the smallest number of syllables that would preserve the original derivation. In the Ministry of Truth, for example, the records department, in which Winston Smith worked, was called RecDep. The fiction department was called FicDep. The teleprograms department was called Teledep, and so on. This was not done solely with the object of saving time. Even in the early decades of the 20th century, telescoped words and phrases had been one of the characteristic features of political language, and it had been noticed that the tendency to use abbreviations of this kind was most marked in totalitarian countries and totalitarian organizations. Examples were such words as Nazi, Gestapo, Comintern, Inprektor, I haven't seen that before actually, Agitprop. In the beginning, the practice had been adopted as it were instinctively, but in Newspeak, it was used with a conscious purpose. It was perceived that in thus abbreviating a name, one narrowed and subtly altered its meaning, by cutting out most of the associations that would otherwise cling to it. The words Communist International, for instance, call up a composite picture of a universal human brotherhood. Red flags, barricades, Karl Marx, and the Paris Commune. The word Comintern, on the other hand, suggests merely a tightly knit organization and a well-defined body of doctrine. It refers to something almost as easily recognized and as limited in purpose as a chair or a table. Comintern is a word that can be uttered almost without taking thought, whereas Communist International is a phrase over which one is obliged to linger at least momentarily. In the same way, the associations called up by a word like Minitru are fewer and more controllable than those called up by Ministry of Truth. This accounted not only for the habit of abbreviating wherever possible, but also for the almost exaggerated care that was taken to make every word easily pronounceable. In Newspeak, euphony outweighed every consideration other than exactitude of meaning. Regularity of grammar was always sacrificed to it when it seemed necessary, and rightly so, since what was required above all for political purposes were short-clipped words of unmistakable meaning which could be uttered rapidly and which roused the minimum of echoes in the speaker's mind. The words of the B vocabulary even gained in force from the fact that nearly all of them were very much alike. Almost invariably, these words, good think, mini-pax, prolfeed, sex crime, joy camp, inksock, bellyfeel, think Paul, and countless others were words of 2 or 3 syllables, with the stress distributed equally between the first syllable and the last. The use of them encouraged a gabbling style of speech, at once staccato and monotonous. This was exactly what was aimed at. The intention was to make speech, and especially speech on any subject not ideologically neutral, as nearly as possible independent of consciousness. For the purposes of everyday life, it was no doubt necessary, or sometimes necessary, to reflect before speaking, but a party member called upon to make political or ethical judgment should be able to spry forth the correct opinion. Sorry, my copy is stained here. I think it says opinions. as automatically as a machine gun spraying forth bullets. His training fitted him to do this. The language gave him an almost foolproof instrument, and the texture of the words, with their harsh sound and certain willful ugliness, which was in accord with the spirit of Ingsoc, assisted the process still further. So did the fact of having very few words to choose from. Relative to our own, the Newspeak vocabulary was tiny, and new ways of reducing it were constantly being devised. Newspeak indeed differed from almost all other languages in that its vocabulary grew smaller instead of larger every year. Each reduction was a gain, since the smaller the area of choice, the smaller the temptation to take thought. Ultimately, it was hoped to make articulate speech issue from the larynx without involving the higher brain centers at all. This aim was frankly admitted in the Newspeak word duckspeak, meaning to quack like a duck. Like various other words in the bee vocabulary, duckspeak was ambivalent in meaning. Provided that the opinions were quacked out were orthodox one, it implied nothing but praise. And when the Times referred to one of the orators of the party as double plus good duck speaker, it was paying a warm and valued compliment. The C vocabulary. The C vocabulary was supplementary to the others and consisted entirely of scientific and technical terms. These resembled the scientific terms in use today and were constructed from the same roots, but the usual care was taken to define them rigidly and strip them of undesirable meanings. They followed the same grammatical rules as the words in the other two vocabularies. Very few of the C words had any currency either in everyday speech or in political speech. Any scientific worker or technician would find all the words he needed in the list devoted to his own specialty, but he seldom had more than a smattering of the words occurring in the other lists. Only a very few words were common to all lists, and there were no vocabulary expressing the function of science as a habit of mind or a method of thought, irrespective of its particular branches. There was indeed no word for science, any meaning that could possibly bear being already sufficiently covered by the word Ingsoc. From the foregoing account, it will seem that in Newspeak the expression of unorthodox opinions, above a very low level, was not well-nigh impossible. It was, of course, possible to utter heresies of a very crude kind, a species of blasphemy. It would have been possible, for example, to say, Big Brother is ungood, but this statement, which to an orthodox ear merely conveyed a self-evident absurdity, could not have been sustained by reasoned argument, because the necessary words were not available. Ideas inimical to Ingsoc could only be entertained in vague, wordless form, and could only be named in very broad terms which lumped together and condemned whole groups of heresies without defining them in doing so. One could, in fact, only use Newspeak for unorthodox purposes by illegitimately translating some of the words back into Oldspeak. For example, all mans are equal was a possible Newspeak sentence, but only in the same sense in which all men are red-haired is a possible Oldspeak sentence. It did not contain a grammatical error, but expressed a palpable untruth, i.e., that all men are of equal size, weight, or strength. The concept of political equality no longer existed, and this secondary meaning had accordingly been purged out of the word equal. In 1984, when Oldspeak was still a normal means of communication, the danger theoretically existed that in using Newspeak words, one might remember their original meanings. In practice, it was not difficult for any person well-grounded in doublethink to avoid doing this, but within a couple of generations, even the possibility of such a lapse would have vanished. A person growing up with Newspeak as his sole language would no more know that equal had once had a secondary meaning of politically equal, or that free had once meant intellectually free than, for instance, a person who had never heard of chess would have been aware of the secondary meanings attaching to queen and rook. There would be many crimes and errors which it would be beyond his power to commit, simply because they were nameless and therefore unimaginable. And it was to be foreseen that with the passage of time, the distinguishing characteristics of Newspeak would become more and more pronounced, its words growing fewer and fewer, their meanings more and more rigid, and the chance of putting them to improper use always diminishing. When Oldspeak had been once and for all superseded, the last link with the past would have been severed. History had already been rewritten, but fragments of the literature of the past survived here and there, imperfectly censored, and so long as one retained one's knowledge of Oldspeak, it was possible to read them. In the future, such fragments, even if they chanced to survive, would be unintelligible and untranslatable. It was impossible to translate any passage of Oldspeak into Newspeak unless they either referred to some technical process or some very simple everyday action, or was already orthodox. Good thinkful would be the Newspeak expression in tendency. In practice, this meant that no book written before approximately 1960 could be translated as a whole. Pre-revolutionary literature could only be subjected to ideological translation, that is, alteration in sense as well as language. Take, for example, the well-known passage from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. It would have been quite impossible to render this into newspeak while keeping to the sense of the original. The nearest one could come to doing so would be to swallow the whole passage up into a single word, crime-think. A full translation could only be an ideological translation, whereby Jefferson's words would be changed into a panegyric on absolute government. A good deal of literature in the past, I think it's panegyric. Sorry, again, it's a word that I read but don't pronounce. A good deal of the literature of the past was indeed already being transformed in this way. Considerations of prestige made it desirable to preserve the memory of certain historical figures, while at the same time bringing their achievements into line with the philosophy of Ingsoc. Various writers, such as Shakespeare, Milton, Swift, Byron, Dickens, and some others were therefore in the process of translation. When the task had been completed, their original writings, with all else that survived of the literature of the past, would be destroyed. These translations were a slow and difficult business, and it was not expected that they would be finished before the first or second decade of the 21st century. There were also large quantities of merely utilitarian literature, indispensable technical manuals and the like, that had to be treated in the same way. It was chiefly in order to allow time for the preliminary work of translation that the final adoption of Newspeak had been fixed for so late a date as 2050. And that is the end of the appendix, which I noticed basically evacuated the, well, maybe that's not the right word, but definitely caused a mass abandonment of the channel. So, first of all, my apologies for not being more interactive with chat, but hello, Night Valian, Index Gnome, and Carlo the Curious. I know some of you probably have gone on to do other things, but I appreciate you all showing up. For those of you who are still sticking around, I will ask the same question that I asked about Animal Farm. Is there anybody in chat? And I realize that we did this over 3 nights, so the numbers are not necessarily going to be the same, but is there anyone here who heard this for the first time or who had not read 1984 before? I definitely know there's some comments of double plus good and other material inside of chat here, so clearly there's some familiarity, and it never hurts to reread a good book. It's actually been a while since I've read 1984, so I'm really, really happy that I read this. But I'm just sort of curious if, sort of like Animal Farm, this gave people an opportunity to encounter something that they haven't seen before. I have a few comments that I can make related both to the game that we played before, as well as what we're heading up to next. But you only caught the very end. You've not read the book. You've only seen the film. Now there's, I believe, 2 1984 films. So you were talking about the one with John Hurt, right? If you are, a neat detail about that movie is I believe it was filmed in 1984, and they made an effort to film the scenes in the order. Yeah, Richard Burton playing O'Brien. Yeah, so neat detail about that is I believe as far as they could, they shot that movie on the days that they take place on the book. So, presumably the first scenes were shot in April. I don't know if they made the call sheet at 1 o'clock. That probably would be a little much to ask for. But I don't know. I find it a neat touch. It's completely unnecessary for a film. But obviously there was really only one period of history in which that could have been accomplished. And I think it's kind of neat that they were able to pull it off. I will encourage you, Carlos. So the plan is right now this is on Twitch. It'll probably be on Twitch for a couple of weeks. But I am planning on uploading it to YouTube. So I don't think the film is bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it is always nice to see the source material. So you know, if you like reading, obviously taking a chance to read it for yourself is clearly, in my view at least, that's kind of always the best option. But if you enjoyed the tail bit that you experienced here, um, the full book is currently available on the Twitch VODs, and I will definitely make sure that I put it on YouTube. Um, I've actually been wanting to do something like this for a while, but it's only recently gone into public domain. Sorry, it's been in public domain in Canada for a while, but the rest of the world, is catching up. Canada has shorter periods for IP than most other regions. But yeah, that's neat that we're doing that. Um, I do encourage people who have comments on the book or the reading, or just generally stuff that they want to say. I'll encourage you to say them inside of chat, even if they're not necessarily related to what I'm talking about right now, because this is sort of the discussion time. We're done the book, we're done the appendix, but I'll try and get through a few ideas, either in terms of my own reaction to the book or some details sort of from my past that I think are relevant to it, but also why I'm doing this project and how it relates both to the past game and the ones that we'll be playing in future. One little detail I actually quite like is some of you may remember in Not for Broadcast, which is the game that we played before. So first of all, if you had not read 1984, but you did watch Not for Broadcast, the character's name is Alex Winston. It's definitely very hard to play a game like that and not see that as a very specific choice that was made. There's another game that we're going to play, which is much more overt in its references, but little details I like too about how when in our playthrough of Not for Broadcast, we were in dire enough financial straits that we lost our house and we had to move to an apartment. And one of the details that I rather liked about the apartment, because this is something that I'd forgotten about 1984, but read it, was how the lifts never work. And again, like, it's not to be I don't want to like make a huge significance out of it in terms of Not for Broadcast. It's not like it's going to break open the meaning, but the fact that, first of all, you actually make a decision in terms of how you interact with your partner, based on their, whether or not you help them bring things up. The fact that in your new apartment under the new regime, the elevator never works, I think is probably another tip of the hat to some of the influences on the game. Again, like, it's not like you're going to gain a deeper understanding, but I definitely think that was intentional on the part of Not Games. One, I guess, reflection I have. So 1984 is something that... So I'm trying to think of the best way to bring this up, because I actually had someone kind of laugh at me about this just because they knew me reasonably well. When I was growing up, I was in a religious family. Nothing too unusual. It's kind of funny. I can definitely remember some things that were more on the fringier side, or at least more on sort of the hardcore side, in terms of either more charismatic movements or more fundamentalist. I do actually remember seeing a couple of videos that were presenting things such as young Earth, kind of theories of creation and that. I don't know if it was ever set up in a context of, like, it was at a like conference or a thing that we had attended, but it didn't seem to be something that my parents were particularly pushing on me. But I do remember with some regularity that at least my dad would tend to watch. I actually remember rather specifically one preacher, but there would also be some books And these were old books even at the time that I was growing up. But they were all very much dealing with the sort of stuff that we might actually, even this series is kind of old now, but some of you might be familiar with like the Left Behind series, or like if you've heard of like The Rapture or anything like that. Like there's this belief, at least in some sects, that there's going to be sort of a final confrontation between Christianity, God, and the forces of evil, Satan, that this will be an actual physical event that happens on Earth. It's basically the inspiration. Well, okay, the Book of Revelation is the inspiration for like 1,000 heavy metal covers. But like there is definitely a style of thinking that this is an event that will occur in the future, and an entire industry based around trying to figure out when that is, and interpreting the signs from these prophecies in terms of what's going to happen. And inevitably, people's politics are going to be sort of aligned with so like if the party you don't like is in power, clearly they're going to be the Antichrist. It got ridiculous enough that in the past, I think there'd been things like, Visa, because like VI is a Roman numeral 6, and then they'd done something to sort of figure out how the S and the A wound up being like 666. So again, like the thing is that I can't believe all of this stuff is sincere, because there's a lot of money to be made out of it. But what I will say is that being exposed to that quite a bit, and then also sort of knowing about things like Nazi Germany, and then also my dad was something of a bit of a Cold Warrior. So like even though Russia was, ostensibly a democracy, and like it had a president and elections, and he definitely remembered and often talked about things like the Soviet Union. He did actually visit the Soviet Union. I'm assuming it would have been when Gorbachev was running things. But that's a whole other story. And so, at that time, I would have definitely been a Christian. I mean, I was what I was growing up in. And certainly those ideas in those books were very frightening to me. And it was particularly because, I mean, there's always the fear that you have of violence and that. But what really struck me as very, very frightening was the idea that you could not have your own thoughts. I realized there's going to be some irony to a lot of the people listening, right? Because I think generally it is very common to talk about religious upbringings as not being particularly ones that have like these kinds of thoughts of like impending apocalypse and that. Generally people do not associate these with like bastions of free thought. But regardless of the source, and kind of regardless your priors going in, I mean, like, again, my own personal background is going to be a little complicated in this sense, because I think I can articulate pretty well as to what I specifically felt and why. But the thing that actually really bothered me was not necessarily the threat of physical violence. That's, again, like I said, that's always going to be a concern. I don't think people will just sort of say, yes, I am indifferent to the idea that I might be hurt. But the thing that really profoundly disturbed me and worried me was the idea that I would not be able to make decisions for myself, to have my own thoughts. So if it was these sort of apocalyptic, books or sermons or whatever, it was the idea that, me thinking of being a Christian, I would not be allowed to think that. That there would be someone to decide that for me, and that they would punish me if I thought differently, just simply because I thought differently. So then I become aware of the existence of books like 1984, and it terrified me. I cannot describe how frightened I was by this thought. And again, I don't want to dwell too much on the religious side of this, because again, it was equally, any representations of totalitarianism. I wasn't so precocious that I knew about things like, the killing fields. I'm not, the Khmer Rouge and things like that are concepts that I sort of understood later when I was older. But one of the reasons why someone who knew me reasonably well sort of laughed when they found out about this background from me is that, it's like, one, I'm a little weird in my tastes, but number two, for me, they were sort of like, yeah, you're, that's not a normal thing for a kid to be worried about. So oddly enough, actually, I hesitated to read 1984 for a very long time, precisely because the thought of totalitarianism was very frightening to me. And then for a while, I don't think I was ever too conspiratorial minded, but I was definitely really worried about things like when traffic cameras were put up in, at intersections and that, and the idea, like I would have been a basket case if I was living in the UK, because obviously they have quite a bit more, CCTV coverage. But, 1984 was just sort of this phantom, lurking in the background. And I sort of had heard about it as this, this story about a totalitarian world in which you were constantly monitored through telescreens and things like that. And so much of the, book has sort of leaked into our day-to-day language. So even someone who has never read a word of Orwell, potentially doesn't even know who Orwell is, will probably have heard the term Big Brother is watching you. So when I finally got around to reading 1984, I think one of the things that surprised me so much was how I felt that the emphasis was completely misplaced in my conception of it and the way that most people describe the book to me, even now when I talk to people about it. And actually, it turns out that the book is so much more frightening than I could ever have imagined it to be. Because I think the least interesting aspects of 1984 are actually the descriptions of a society in which you are constantly watched, or the violence that the state puts on. Now, again, please do not mistake me. Particularly in this part that we read, the description of the future that O'Brien gives, the part that's ended with that really famous phrase, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. Like, that's horrible. That is bleak beyond imagining, and clearly not beyond imagining because we have a book about it. But I don't mean to suggest that this is irrelevant or not a worthy point to bring up. But what I do tend to notice is that there's a lot of conversation about 1984, and it'll always be like, if we talk about Clearview AI, right? That company that sort of took a lot of facial recognition data and is in some cases being used by law enforcement. I don't actually think that's where the majority of the thrust of 1984 is. And I actually sometimes think it sort of cheapens 1984 to essentially find every use of surveillance and connect it with 1984. Because I think, at least to me, what really kind of hit me in the core and continues to make this book very relevant, very important today, are actually a lot more the descriptions of what your thoughts are like. And this can both be sort of the limiting of thought. I don't like, if you consider it, if you think about the word count and the amount of time that is taken on certain ideas inside of 1984, relatively little is actually spent on the mechanisms of surveillance. And a lot of it is what's happening inside your head. Obviously, Orwell is writing in a very specific period of history. There are people who've actually had to live under regimes that inspired Orwell to write this. And it definitely seems to be the case that people credit him with describing what it is like to live in those kinds of societies. I haven't, so I can't say from firsthand experience. But if you take a look at what this book spends its time talking about, it's also, there's lots about Newspeak. There's an entire appendix dedicated to Newspeak. Language, ideas, the quality of ideas and the minds that those ideas are being transmitted to. I think that's a lot that's inside of 1984. And I actually think that's what makes this book all the more relevant. I think, I'm at the risk of sort of cheapening the book the same way that I sort of accuse people who want to focus too much on surveillance with. But I'll give you an example. So I am, again, not very conspiratorially minded. I am still uncomfortable with unnecessary surveillance. It informs my decisions in terms of what products I buy, what features I enable, either on certain websites or for certain hardware. And in my apartment, they actually just recently put in a new intercom system. And it's one that I have a special ID for. And I believe it actually has a facial recognition component. I have no intention whatsoever of using that intercom system ever. Like, downloaded the app, saw what it was about, immediately deleted it. And for the most part, I actually go out the back way now. Now, this isn't because I think the government's going to come and like put a hood over my head and run in. I definitely think to a certain extent, there's always the need to know question. I have no idea what the terms and conditions of this particular system is. And I absolutely, if I find out that any footage of me has been used, I want to be someone who joins that lawsuit who says, you didn't have permission to use my likeness for that. Because I think that's what will ultimately happen with this tech. Because there's a ton of people who are going in and out of the apartment, using this thing. I think there's already been a couple of articles kind of talking about how this is going into some very dicey legal territory. So again, I'm trying not to sound too, I'm not trying to sound too like tinfoil hat, but like it is, just to give you an example in terms of real revealed preferences, this is still a concern that I have. But the parts that resonated the most with me, particularly in part 3 here, was actually the description of sort of the society driven by hate and power. And it was really, really hard for me not to think of Twitter. Just how everybody feels pissed off. The concept of the main character of Twitter, the person who it is socially acceptable to ridicule and drag down, the person you have power over, the person you don't want to be. And there's superficial things that you can say about Twitter, like, the restricting of characters and all of that, reflecting the restriction of language. I'm actually less worried about that. I can talk about that a little bit more. But the description is of power, why the party seeks it, the type of society that it is building. I'll actually, even go so far as to say, this is a Twitch channel, like the gaming discourse. How many times for people who are united around the idea of a hobby and something that we ostensibly enjoy, and yet you go and you look at gaming YouTube, you look at Twitter, you look at so much gaming content, and it's people pissed off about games. It could be DLC, it could be a publisher, it could be a business practice, it could be it could just be talking about a game. Like, I was in Johnny Big Time's channel, and I was talking about how somebody had said that GTA 5, they used a stronger word than bad, but was bad, like an objectively bad game. Now, everybody's going to have their own taste as to whether or not they like Grand Theft Auto, right? I get that that game, like any game, is not for everyone. But bad? It's one of the most successful games ever. It's a game that still continues long after its release.
to be like topping the charts by revenue. I think the question as to whether or not it's a good game has sort of been in, as far as you can sort of make an objective statement on it. I'm pretty sure that question has been settled, through the revealed preferences of, millions of gamers. Again, I got no problem with people saying they don't care for it. But what was funny was I went into Johnny's channel and I kind of talked about the absurdity of that really broad statement. And somebody like basically says the exact same thing, like completely oblivious to the fact that I had just pointed out how ridiculous that idea was, and sort of getting some assent from the broadcaster. And this actually led to a really long exchange where I'm very carefully trying to say, it's like, I'm not saying you can't like and dislike games, but I think making a bold statement that like Grand Theft Auto 5 is like literally excrement was basically the view expressed, is maybe confusing a question of taste with a more strident and larger claim that I think is merited for Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, again, just to be clear, I say for a few games, don't care for it. Not for me. I dislike this choice that they made. It's always a statement of me and my preferences. I'm not going to, like, so for instance, I don't care that much for the game Rust. Don't really care for certain decisions they made with that game. That game is clearly not for me. I'd be an idiot to say that Rust is a bad game. Rust is a very successful game, which actually seems to have an audience that continues to grow over time. And obviously the conditions under which you feel you can make a broader statement on Rust, I suppose, depends on the context of the conversation. But yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I don't want to overdo the point, but like to even just go from like the big example of like Twitter itself, but even to just focus on the narrow, like the entire discourse around gaming is definitely one of like people you should hate. Who's ruining games, what business is hating it. And it's like, it's all sides of this too, right? You've got your rogues gallery if you're of a particular stripe. So, either you think that, progressive indies are slowly infecting AAA and turning all the leading ladies unattractive or whatever ridiculous beliefs, these people have. Or business interests are completely demolishing free expression, and that if only we didn't have algorithms, then every independent developer would make enough to leave. Yeah, Carlo, I mean, all I can really say is that it does strike me as very strange that a continued active and vibrant player base and also demand for playing the game would make it very hard for me to say that Grand Theft Auto is a bad game. Like, I would be suspicious that there exists a reasonable definition for quality that would allow those traits to be exhibited without conceding that it's a good game. Obviously, there's a whole discussion in terms of like what, I mean, I suppose we'd just crack open our various aesthetics textbooks and try and find out what we mean. And I'm definitely not trying to go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, I mean, like the biggest thing is that I guess it's kind of a question of the type of conversation that you're having. And I just generally think that it is sufficient to make much more limited statements. Because like the thing is, again, I look at the overall quality of the discussion, and it's always conversations about the stuff that we hate in gaming. It's almost never, this thing is really good and I had a lot of fun with it. And that's not why I play games. I play games to have a great time with it. That's why I'm doing these videos, because I think Not for Broadcast not only was enhanced by Animal Farm and the unpublished preface to it, but also, picking up little details like the elevator's not working. So yeah, please, I mean, I don't want to make too much of the gaming example. I just think sometimes it's helpful to, rather than just kind of, shaking my fist at all the newfangled things that are ruining the world. Because like I'm still on Twitter, and Twitter has good stuff on it. I mean, there is a reason why I check it somewhat regularly. But again, like when I was rereading this, again, I was even less interested in the telescreens and the idea of the thought police, listening to the mics. Ultimately, it wasn't like, if you think about 1984, it wasn't. Oh, sure, Carlo. I mean, but I would also argue like cigarettes are not like the consumption of cigarettes is a bit different than an entertainment product, right? So we sort of understand the compulsions. I would comparatively say like I would not apply the gaming examples that I have to to gambling either. I'm really kind of narrowly speaking in this case to an entertainment product. I mean, again, you can sort of say, well, you don't smoke cigarettes for your health, you do it because you enjoy it, right? But then you'd sort of say it's like, okay, jogging, right? Like, do we say jogging is bad because fewer people want to go out in the cold and jog? Like, I'm definitely like, please do not think that I the one thing I don't want to do is make an equally absurd statement in terms of what things people can and can't talk about. What I'm largely doing is drawing an inference based on the context of the conversations that I was in and the way people generally talk about these things. And I don't know, like I just find it really hard for me to find a definition of quality for games which says that Grand Theft Auto 5 is not a good game. And some of the evidence towards that is the fact that it continues to entertain and that people actually give up something to get that experience, many years after it's been released. But again, the point here is more about the rhetoric around gaming rather than, that particular example. And like this was one of the challenges I ran into in Johnny's channel, right? Is that it was just this whole litany of people thinking that I was triggered because, and they used that word. Like at that point, I just knew it's like, okay, I'm dealing with people who are not really thinking very carefully about what I'm writing here. As far as they were concerned, they were having, they were just totally owning me because they kept making fun of Grand Theft Auto 5. Despite the fact I was very clearly saying is like, I really do not care if you like or dislike Grand Theft Auto 5. It's just, I just think that there is a very useful distinction to be made between individual preferences and the larger discussion about gaming. The reason why I make that distinction, just again, I'll try and put a bow on this so that I can move on to the more interesting points of 1984, is that I'm getting to know more game developers. And very often, there will be conversations about the making of games. And I think there are more people now who are, like, gamers are more aware about how games are how they're made, right? And I don't think that's a bad thing. There's more, like, game development terms that seem to pass into conversation. But I also think that there has been this tendency now for people to run into something that they don't like in a game and then just say, well, that's bad design. Well, is it bad design or is it something that you didn't like? Because there is a difference between those two. And it's largely against that impulse that I'm pushing against, which is, a little bit more precision in thought and discussion. Again, I don't expect people to like the same stuff that I do. But yeah, back to 1984, because I'm sorry to sort of be a little autocratic in directing the conversation, but I don't want too many tangents on some of these side topics. Because again, the reason for bringing up the gaming examples were to narrow the scope from Twitter at large, which is something that people very commonly complain about, to something specific in terms of something that I think would relate to people that we were or something that I figure people will be familiar with in terms of watching the channel. But yeah, I think the other big revelation for me is that, and I'll maybe ask this. I noticed there were a few more people who kind of came in, but I think it was giving going too long on the gaming example. I did read this on stream, but is anybody who's watching familiar with Orwell's essay Politics in the English Language? Because I don't actually mind reading that one again. The reason why I highlight this is that when you read Politics in the English Language, you actually see some of the ideas that later emerge inside of 1984. And again, you can also see it a little bit inside of the preface for Animal Farm as well. But just this idea of, and particularly the idea of Newspeak being this type of chatter, the duck speak, right? The kind of noise-shaped air that passes for a lot of discussion now without the careful thought. It's actually one of the things that I do. I want to be, again, a little careful in terms of the discussion, but like I had this really depressing and kind of soul-searching style of moment where there's somebody I like watching generally, and they went on sort of a gaming rant, but it was a gaming rant which I could have just pulled off of any Reddit thread, like sufficiently angry Reddit thread. There wasn't really, like, I don't even know if that person really believes what they were saying. It was just a number of things that, you know, you would hear on certain parts of the internet repeated, only slightly angrier. And then at the end, they sort of said, "See, System Shock, I'm ranting like you." And that really gave me pause, because if the perception of the times where I go off on some of those tangents, I mean, sometimes my tangents just don't hit and I fail to make the point. And, I don't want to try and put myself on some kind of pedestal or something like that. But generally what I'm trying to do, and I strive to do, is to express a considered view, which with any luck will either persuade someone to think differently, will kind of add a new perspective, add a new idea to the conversation, or clarify a misunderstanding, or clarify the subject in a better way. So, if I ever do a programming tutorial, there's lots of programming tutorials online, but what I might hope to do is to be able to convey certain ideas in programming that I think are very helpful for people who do not aspire to become programmers, in a way that will communicate, I think, some of the interest and the value of that topic. Some of the takes that I put out are contrarian ones. Like, for instance, one that can be liable to be misinterpreted was a tweet I put out today saying that Rembrandt probably would be producing NFTs. I do actually think that, and that comes from thinking on what Rembrandt did over his career. And he generally seemed to embrace a lot of new technologies and made a lot of money doing it. Kind of coasted, maybe not coasted on his reputation, but definitely tried to use his reputation to increase his wealth. Now, the reason why that's liable to be misinterpreted is that would be taking it as an endorsement of NFTs, which it is not. It is a comment on Rembrandt. It's a little bit like the question of, like, who would have been good at Twitter. Nietzsche would have been great at Twitter. Kant would not. And this is just partly in terms of, whose writing styles would work well for these small tweets. Again, it's kind of participating in those. But that would be an example of something sort of contrarian, because generally what you will hear will either be undying praise of NFTs and or a outright criticism of them. It's really not adding anything to that conversation. It's more just kind of a silly comment thrown out there, but it does actually reflect some, thinking about, NFTs and, in this case, an actual artist who might have used them. But again, none of it is contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. Very often it's just, if I'm going to write something, I kind of hope to either entertain or illuminate. And generally the better material is if you're going into areas where there is a gap. So there's not a whole lot extra to be written on Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. There's a lot of good business analysts who will cover that better than I can. But if there is a detail about, let's say, the rhetoric around whether or not capitalism is working, because there's a lot of people who will look at whether or not Bobby Kotick is enriched by that, and whether or not this represents capitalism working or failing. I think there's actually quite a bit that has been unexamined in that kind of rhetoric, and I think in that case there would potentially be an interesting article in there. And again, it just kind of comes back to me at least, and this is the most interesting parts of 1984, I get why people talk that way. If you have it imprinted in you, capitalism bad, everything stemming from capitalism is bad, then you are going to just try and find the anti-capitalist angle on every news item. And so if a large company acquires another large company, you'll say, oh, look at Bobby Kotick walking away with his millions after he did all these terrible things. I was like, true. But you can also take a look at his behavior during the Vivendi business and his fear of losing control of the company, and how his actions ultimately led to a point where he could no longer operate independently, that he needed to either merge with EA or be acquired by Microsoft or any of the other potential suitors that were coming in. And there's nothing about his personality that says that this is an outcome that he finds is particularly desirable, except maybe relative to what the other alternatives were. And the alternatives that lead to Bobby Kotick going broke are not ones that I think are in favor of the workers who were hurt by that company, and specifically by his management of it. The idea of Activision Blizzard going completely bankrupt, the stock going to zero, it's not like the workers at Activision Blizzard are not going to do well under that circumstance. You may have shareholders and board members that are also hurting in that, but I don't really see how you can draw that line in terms of failure of capital. Now, don't get me wrong, right? There are more carefully thought out critiques of capitalism writ large that people do believe and have thought through. But that's generally not where the dialogue is going. The dialogue just tends to be, I'm going to try and put this particular spin on this sort of accepted position. It's a little bit like, it's like anything, right? Like you'll just kind of take something that gets repeated quite often, particularly within your little bubble. And this can go along political lines, but it can also be for hobbies, right? But usually you're not going to, people, like if you're in certain quarters, nobody's going to question you. You can say something that's basically, this stock number went up, therefore, and it's the old mistaking correlation for causation. Actually, so here's a great example. Activision Blizzard's stock price went up because Call of Duty came out and it sold well. Therefore, Call of Duty saved Activision Blizzard or whatever. And then, people coming in and saying, see, Spotify's stock price went down because Neil Young's music is no longer playing on it. Neil Young's influence made Spotify go down by $4 billion. Hopefully nobody really believes either of these arguments, because neither of these are presented in the context of what the broader market did. If the movements are more or less the same as the movement of the overall stock market, then it will mean that either of these events didn't really affect the share price that much. The only thing that we can know about what affects the share price is the sort of the sentiment of the investors going into it, right? The people making decisions to buy and sell. And if there are more people who want to buy it than there are, willing buyers, you're going to see the price go up. And, if there are more people who want to get out of it than are willing to buy, you'll see the price go down. It's just like any other purchase. But where we get back to duck speak here, right, is that nobody questions it. If you think that Neil Young did the right thing, you're going to want to highlight that $4 billion. And then if somebody turns around and says, oh, we'll see this really terrible, this company broke a union and the share price went up. So that means that the company did good by, breaking the union. Clearly, you're not going to think that that's a good thing. Then again, you might just turn around and say, yeah, see, this is those evil capitalists doing their thing. But the thing is that the duckspeak comes in the fact that you've already decided what conclusion you wanted. And you've kind of added the capitalism bad element to it, or capitalism good. Again, this happens on the other side as well. I tend to have more friends that are of a more progressive stripe, so I tend to hear the other side on it. And overall, I mean, it's a shame because I actually think there are perfectly reasonable criticisms to be made of every single one of these topics that I talked about, and I think there are far more interesting conversations that can be had. And largely we are not having them because there's like a market for takes. There's not necessarily a market for information. I guess the other way you could say is you've got a market for confirmation rather than information. And it also reflects, in our larger reading habits. So the reason, if it's not clear why I'm bringing this up in the context of 1984, is that this again comes back to a lot of the discussion of language and the type of thinking that you can do. The one part which I didn't really make as clear and maybe should have highlighted a little bit more in terms of the overall, again, what I get out of the book, is specifically the thoughts that you have and sort of the things that you do in a world like Oceania. And again, just, your willingness to betray people, your reaction to certain ideas, or, again, your thoughts of doublethink. There's a few different ways that you can color it. Again, to me, the telescreens and the surveillance and the violence are not irrelevant, but I think the heart of this book really is about the thoughts and the language, and particularly how these two things relate to one another, and how they are used by the state to achieve its ends. And this is ultimately why I say that, in the context of me finding the concept of totalitarianism, when I'm I totally get that that's a weird thing for a kid to be worried about, but I think the thing that made this book even more scary than what I thought it would be was, if my fears of totalitarianism really are, my inability to think for myself and the inability to express those ideas, having a book which is so focused on specifically the mental process and the destruction of that mental process is even worse than the idea that somebody will beat me up for thinking the wrong thing. So with that in mind, I can wrap it up because I'm already half an hour over my time. I do apologize for the commentary afterwards because I don't know if it's very illuminating, but I don't know. I really would have loved to hear people's thoughts on the book. But I am going to ask two more. Well, there's one more thing I'll talk about for sure, but I will ask the question, would anybody like to hear Politics in the English Language? Because it's not that long, and I do think it's a good complement to 1984. It's an earlier essay that George Orwell wrote, but I definitely think that it's relevant to the work. I'll actually take a second to find it online while I give people a chance to... Oh, crap. Okay, I think I've got it. If there isn't interest, or if people would rather not hear it, I don't mind leaving it there, because I have read it on stream before, but actually, here's what I'll do. I will update the stream info. Sorry about the silence.
Long title. Sorry. This is not the easiest thing to work with online. All right, this is about as close as I'll get. But yeah, so this is an essay that Orwell wrote in 1946, I think. It's actually not that far away from the writing of 1984. But hopefully, Orwell's words will do more to highlight some of the better ideas in 1984 than I have done here. And then what I will do is I will close out the evening by explaining what the next few streams are going to be. Politics in the English Language by George Orwell. Most people who bother with the matter at all would admit that the English language is in a bad way, but it is generally assumed that we cannot, by conscious action, do anything about it. Our civilization is decadent, and our language, so the argument runs, must inevitably share in the general collapse. It follows that any struggle against the abuse of language is a sentimental archaism, like preferring candles to electric light or hansom cabs to aeroplanes. Underneath this lies the half-conscious belief that language is a natural growth and not an instrument which we shape for our own purposes. Now, it is clear that the decline of a language must ultimately have political and economic causes. It is not due simply to the bad influence of this or that individual writer, but in effect can become a cause, reinforcing the original cause and producing the same effect in an intensified form, and so on indefinitely. A man may take to drink because he feels himself to be a failure, and then fail all the more completely because he drinks. It is rather the same thing that is happening to the English language. It becomes ugly and inaccurate because our thoughts are foolish, but the slovenliness of our language makes it easier for us to have foolish thoughts. The point is that the process is reversible. Modern English, especially written English, is full of bad habits which spread by imitation and which can be avoided if one is willing to take the necessary trouble. If one gets rid of these habits, one can think more clearly, and to think clearly is a necessary first step towards political regeneration, so that the fight against bad English is not frivolous and is not the exclusive concern of professional writers. I will come back to this presently, and I hope that by the time the meaning of what I have said here will become clearer. Meanwhile, here are 5 specimens of the English language as it is now habitually written. These 5 passages I have picked out because... These 5 passages have not been picked out because they are especially bad. I could have quoted far worse if I had chosen. But because they illustrate various of the mental vices from which we now suffer. They are a little below the average, but are fairly representative examples. I number them so that I can refer back to them when necessary. 1. Quote, I am not indeed sure whether it is not true to say that the Milton who once seemed not unlike a 17th century Shelley had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year, more alien to the founder of that Jesuit sect which nothing could induce him to tolerate. Professor Harold Lasky, Essay in Freedom of Expression. 2. Quote, above all, we cannot play ducks and drakes with the naive battery of idioms which prescribes egregious collocations of vocables as the basic put up with for tolerate, or put at a loss for bewilder. Professor Lancelot Hogben, Interglossia. 3. Quote, on the one side, we have the free personality. By definition, it is not neurotic, for it has neither conflict nor dream. Its desires, such as they are transparent, for they are just what institutional approval keeps in the forefront of consciousness. Another institutional pattern would alter their number and intensity. There is little in them that is natural, irreducible, or culturally dangerous. But on the other side, the social bond itself is nothing but the mutual reflection of these self-secure integrities. Recall the definition of love. Is not this the very picture of a small academic? Where is there a small place in this hall of mirrors for either personality or fraternity? Essay on Psychology in Politics, New York. 4. Quote, all the best people from gentlemen's clubs and all the frantic fascist captains, united in common hatred of socialism and bestial horror at the rising tide of the mass revolutionary movement, have turned to acts of provocation, to foul incendiarism, to medieval legends of poisoned wells, to legalize their own destruction of proletarian organizations, and rouse the agitated petty bourgeoisie to chauvinistic fervor on behalf of the fight against the revolutionary way out of the crisis.
communist pamphlet. 5. Quote, if a new spirit is to be infused in this old country, there is one thorny and contentious reform which must be tackled, and that is the humanization and galvanization of the BBC. Timidity here will bespeak canker and atrophy of the soul. The heart of Britain may be sound and of strong beat, for instance, but the British lion's roar at present is like that of Bottom in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, as gentle as any sucking dove. A virile New Britain cannot continue indefinitely to be traduced in the eyes, or rather ears of the world by the effete languors of Langham Place, brazenly masquerading as standard English. When the voice of Britain is heard at 9 o'clock, better far, and infinitely less ludicrous, to hear H's honestly dropped than the present priggish, inflated, inhibited, schoolmarmish arch braying of the blameless, bashful, mewing maidens. Letter in Tribune. Each of these passages has faults of their own, but quite apart from unavoidable ugliness, two qualities are common to all of them. First is staleness of imagery. The other is lack of precision. The writer either has meaning and cannot express it, or he inadvertently says something else, or he is almost indifferent as to whether his words mean anything or not. This mixture of vagueness and sheer incompetence is the most marked characteristic of modern English prose, and especially of any kind of political writing. As soon as certain topics are raised, the concrete melts into the abstract, and no one seems to think of turns of speech that are not hackneyed. Prose consists less and less of words chosen for the sake of their meaning, and more of phrases tacked together like sections of a prefabricated henhouse. I list below, with notes and examples, various of the tricks by means of which the work of prose construction is habitually dodged. Dying metaphors. Newly invented metaphor assists thought by evoking a visual image, while on the other hand a metaphor which is technically dead, e.g. iron resolution, has in effect reverted to being an ordinary word and can generally be used without loss of vividness. But in between those two classes there is a huge dump of worn-out metaphors which have lost all evocative power and are merely used because they save people the trouble of inventing phrases for themselves. Examples are ring the changes on, take up the cudgels for, toe the line, ride roughshod over, stand shoulder to shoulder with, play into the hands of, no axe to grind, grist to the mill, fishing in troubled waters, on the order of the day, Achilles' heel, swan song, hotbed. Many of these are used without knowledge of their meaning. What is a rift, for instance? And incompatible metaphors are frequently mixed, a sure sign that the writer is not interested in what he is saying. Some metaphors now current have been twisted out of their original meaning, with those who use them even being aware of the fact. For example, toe the line is sometimes written as toe, T-O-E versus T-O-W, the line. Another example is the hammer and the anvil, now always used with the implication that the anvil gets the worst of it. In real life, it is always the anvil that breaks the hammer, never the other way about. A writer who stopped to think what he was saying would avoid perverting the original phrase. Operators, or verbal false limbs. To save the trouble of picking out appropriate verbs and nouns, and at the same time pad each sentence with extra syllables which give an appearance of symmetry. Characteristic phrases are render inoperative, militate against, prove unacceptable, make contact with, be subject to, give rise to, give grounds for, have the effect of, play a leading part, role, in, make itself felt, take effect, exhibit a tendency to, serve the purpose of, etc., etc. The keynote is the elimination of simple verbs. Instead of being a single word, such as break, stop, spoil, mend, kill, a verb becomes a phrase made up of a noun or adjective tacked on to some general purposes verb, such as prove, serve, form, play, render. In addition, the passive voice is wherever possible used in preference to the active, and noun constructions are used instead of gerunds, by examination of instead of examining. The range of verbs is further cut down by means of the I's and D formations. Banal statements are given an appearance of profundity by means of the not-un formation. Simple conjunctions and prepositions are replaced by such phrases as with respect to, having regard to, the fact that, by dint of, in view of, in the interests of, on the hypothesis that, and the ends of sentences are saved from anticlimax by such resounding commonplaces as greatly to be desired, cannot be left out of account, a development to be expected in the near future, deserving of serious consideration, brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and so on and so forth. Pretentious diction. Words like phenomena, element, individual as noun, objective, categorical, effective, virtual, basic, primary, promote, constitute, exhibit, exploit, utilize, eliminate, liquidate are used to dress up simple statements and give an air of scientific impartiality to biased judgments. Adjectives like epoch-making, epic, historic, unforgettable, triumphant, age-old, inevitable, inexorable, veritable are used to dignify the sordid processes of international politics, while writing that aims at glorifying war usually takes on an archaic color, its characteristic words being realm, throne, chariot, mailed fist, trident, sword, shield, buckler, banner, jackboot, clarion. Foreign words and expressions such as cul-de-sac, ancien régime, deus ex machina, mutatis mutandis, status quo, Gleichstellung, I'm still terrible at pronouncing that, Weltanschauung, are used to give an air of culture and elegance, except for the useful abbreviations, i.e., e.g., and etc., or etc., etc. There is no real need for any of the hundreds of foreign phrases now current in English. Bad writers, and especially scientific, political, and sociological writers, are nearly always haunted by the notion that Latin or Greek words are grander than Saxon ones, and unnecessary words like expedite, ameliorate, predict, extraneous, derancinated, clandestine, subaqueous, and hundreds of others constantly gain ground from their Anglo-Saxon opposite numbers. There is a footnote here. An interesting illustration of this is the way in which the English flower names, which were still in use till very recently, are being ousted by Greek ones. Snapdragons becoming Antirrhinum, Forget-Me-Not becoming Myosotis. I actually have not heard these before. It is hard to see any practical reason for this change of fashion. It is probably due to an instinctive turning away from the more homely word and a vague feeling that the Greek word is scientific. Got to get back to where the footnote was. The jargon, peculiar to Marxist writing, hyena, hangman, cannibal, petty bourgeois, these gentry, lackey, flunky, mad dog, white guard, etc., consists largely of words translated from Russian, German, or French, but the normal way of coining new words is to use a Latin or Greek root with the appropriate affix, and, where necessary, the eyes formation. It is often easier to make up words of this kind, deregionalize, impermissible, extramarital, non-fragmentary, and so on, and so forth, than to think up the English words that will cover one's meaning. The result, in general, is an increase in slovenliness and vagueness. Meaningless words. In certain kinds of writing, particularly in art criticism and literary criticism, it is normal to come across long passages which are almost completely lacking meaning. 2. Example. Comfort's Catholicity of perception and image, strangely Whitmanesque in range, almost the exact opposite in aesthetic compulsion, continues to evoke that trembling, atmospheric, accumulative hinting at a cruel and inexorably serene timelessness. Ray Gardner scores by aiming at simple bullseyes with precision, only they are not so simple, and though this contented sadness runs more than the surface bittersweet of resignation. Poetry Quarterly. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the main text again. Words like romantic, plastic, values, human, dead, sentimental, natural, vitality, as used in art criticism, are strictly meaningless in the sense that they do not only do not point to any discoverable object, but are hardly even expected to do so by the reader. When one critic writes, the outstanding feature of Mr. X's work is its living quality, while another writes, the immediately striking thing about Mr. X's work is its particular deadness, the reader accepts this as a simple difference of opinion. If words like black and white were involved, instead of the jargon words dead and living, he would at once see that language is being used in an improper way. Many political words are similarly abused. The word fascism has no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. The words democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, justice have each of them several different meanings which cannot be reconciled with one another. In the case of a word like democracy, not only is there no agreed-on definition, but the attempt to make one is resisted from all sides. It is almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it is a democracy, and fear that they may have to stop using that word if it were tied down to any one meaning. Words of this kind are often used in a consciously dishonest way. That is, the person who uses them has his own private definition, but allows his hearer to think that he means something quite different. Statements like Marshal Pétain was a true patriot, the Soviet press is the freest in the world, the Catholic Church is opposed to persecution, are almost always made with intent to deceive. Other words, used in variable meanings, in most cases more or less dishonestly, are class, totalitarian, science, progressive, reactionary, bourgeois, equality. Now that I have made this catalog of swindles and perversions, let me give another example of the kind of writing that they lead to. This time, it must of its nature be an imaginary one. I am going to translate a passage of good English into modern English of the worst sort. Here is a well-known verse from Ecclesiastes. I returned, and I saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. Here it is in modern English. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compels the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capability, but that considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. This is a parody, but not a very gross one. Exhibit 3 above, for instance, contains several patches of the same kind of English. It will be seen that I have not made a full translation. The beginning and ending of the sentence follow the original meaning fairly closely, but in the middle, the concrete illustrations, race, battle, bread, dissolve into the vague phrase success or failure in competitive activities. This had to be so because no modern writer of the kind I am discussing, no one capable of using phrases like objective considerations of contemporary phenomena, would ever tabulate his thoughts in that precise and detailed way. The whole tendency of modern prose is away from concreteness. Now analyze these two sentences a little more closely. The first contains 49 words but only 60 syllables, and all its words are those of everyday life. The second contains 38 words of 90 syllables. 18 of its words are from Latin roots, and 1 from Greek. The first sentence contains 6 vivid images, and only 1 phrase, time and chance, that could be called vague. The second contains not a single fresh, arresting phrase, and in spite of its 90 syllables, it gives only a shortened version of the meaning contained in the first. Yet without a doubt it is the second kind of sentence that is gaining ground in modern English. I do not want to exaggerate. This kind of writing is not yet universal, and outcrops of simplicity will occur here and there in the worst written page. Still, if you and I were told to write a few lines on the uncertainty of human fortunes, we should probably come much nearer to my imaginary sentence than the one from Ecclesiastes. As I have tried to show, modern writing at its worst does not consist in picking out words for the sake of their meaning and inventing images in order to make the meaning clearer. It consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. The attraction of this way of writing is that it is easy. It is easier, even quicker once you have the habit, to say, in my opinion, it is not an unjustifiable assumption that, than it is to say, I think. If you use ready-made phrases, you not only don't have to hunt about for the words, you also don't have to bother with the rhythms of your sentences, since these phrases are generally so arranged as to be more or less euphonious. When you are composing in a hurry, when you are dictating to a stenographer, for instance, or making a public speech, it is natural to fall into a pretentious Latinized style. Tags like a consideration which we should do well to bear in mind, or a conclusion to which all of us would readily assent, will save many a sentence from coming down with a bump. By using stale metaphors, similes, and idioms, you save much mental effort at the cost of your meaning of leaving your meaning vague, not only for your reader, but for yourself. This is the significance of mixed metaphors. The sole aim of a metaphor is to call up a visual image. When these images clash, such as in the fascist octopus has sung its swan song, the jackboot is thrown into the melting pot, it can be taken as certain that the writer is not seeing a mental image of the objects he is naming. In other words, he is not really thinking. Look again at the examples I gave at the beginning of this essay. Professor Lasky, number 1, uses 5 negatives in 53 words. One of these is superfluous, making nonsense of the whole passage, and in addition there is the slip alien for akin, making further nonsense, and several avoidable pieces of clumsiness which increases the general vagueness. Professor Hogben, example 2, plays ducks and drakes with a battery which is able to write prescriptions and, while disapproving of the everyday phrase put up with, is unwilling to look egregious up in the dictionary and see what it means. Example 3, if one takes an uncharitable attitude towards it, is simply meaningless. Probably one could work out its intended meaning by reading the whole of the article in which it occurs. In example 4, the writer knows more or less what he wants to say, but an accumulation of stale phrases chokes him up like tea leaves blocking a sink. In example 5, words and meaning have almost parted company. People who write in this manner usually have a general emotional meaning. They dislike one thing and want to express solidarity with another, but they are not interested in the detail of what they are saying. A scrupulous writer, in every sentence that he writes, will ask himself at least 4 questions. Thus, what am I trying to say? What words will express it? What image or idiom will make it clearer? Is this image fresh enough to have an effect? And he will probably ask himself 2 more. Could I put it more shortly? Have I said anything that is avoidably ugly? But you are not obliged to go through all this trouble. You can shirk it by simply throwing your mind open and letting the ready-made phrases come in. They will construct your sentences for you, even think your thoughts for you, to a certain extent. And at need, they will perform the important service of partially concealing your meaning, even from yourself. It is at this point that the special connection between politics and the debasement of language becomes clear. In our time, it is broadly true that political writing is bad writing. Were it not true, it will be generally found that the writer is some kind of rebel expressing his private opinions and not the party line. Orthodoxy of whatever color seems to demand a lifeless imitative style. The political dialects to be found in pamphlets, leading articles, manifestos, white papers, and the speeches of undersecretaries do, of course, vary from party to party, but they are all alike in that one almost never finds in them a fresh, vivid, homemade turn of speech. One watches some tired hack on the platform mechanically repeating the familiar phrases: bestial atrocities, iron heel, blood-stained tyranny, free peoples of the world, stand shoulder to shoulder. One often has a curious feeling that one is not watching a live human being, but some kind of dummy, a feeling which suddenly becomes stronger at moments when the light catches the speaker's spectacles and turns them into blank discs which seem to have no eyes behind them. And this is not altogether fanciful. A speaker who uses that kind of phraseology has gone some distance towards turning himself into a machine. The appropriate noises are coming out of his larynx, but his brain is not as involved as it would be if he were choosing his words for himself. If the speech he is making is one that he is accustomed to make over and over again, he may be almost unconscious of what he is saying, as one is when one utters the responses in church. This reduced state of consciousness, it is not, if not indispensable, is at any rate favorable to political conformity. In our time, political speech and writing are largely the defense of the indefensible. Things like the continuance of British rule in India, the Russian purges and deportations, the dropping of the atom bombs on Japan can indeed be defended, but only by arguments which are too brutal for most people to face, and which do not square with the professed aims of political parties. Thus, political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. Defenseless villages are bombarded from the air, the inhabitants driven out into the countryside, the cattle machine-gunned, and the huts set on fire with incendiary bullets. This is called pacification. Millions of peasants are robbed on the farms and sent trudging along the roads with no more than what they can carry. This is called transfer of population or rectification of frontiers. People are imprisoned for years without trial, or shot in the back of the neck, or sent to die of scurvy in Arctic lumber camps. This is called elimination of unreliable elements. Such phraseology is needed if one wants to name things without calling up mental pictures of them. Consider, for instance, some comfortable English professor defending Russian totalitarianism. He cannot say outright, "I believe in killing off your opponents," when you can get good results by doing so. Probably, therefore, he will say something like this, quote, "While freely conceding that the Soviet regime exhibits certain features which the humanitarian may be inclined to deplore, we must, I think, agree that a certain curtailment of the right to political opposition is an unavoidable concomitant of transitional periods, and that the rigors which the Russian peoples have been called upon to undergo have been amply justified in the sphere of concrete achievement." The inflated style is itself a kind of euphemism. A mass of Latin words fall upon the facts like a soft snow, blurring the outlines and covering up the details. The great enemy of clear language is insincerity. When there is a gap between one's real and declared aims, one turns, as it were instinctively, to long words and exhausted idioms, like cuttlefish spurting out ink. In our age, there is no such thing as keeping out of politics. All issues are political issues, and politics itself is a mass of lies, evasions, folly, hatred, and schizophrenia. When the general atmosphere is bad, language must suffer. I should expect to find, this is a guess which I have not sufficient knowledge to verify, that the German, Russian, and Italian languages have all deteriorated in the last 10 or 15 years as a result of dictatorship. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. A bad usage can spread by tradition and imitation, even among people who should know and do better. The debased language that I have been discussing is in some ways very convenient. Phrases like a not unjustifiable assumption, leaves much to be desired, would serve no good purpose, a consideration which we should do well to bear in mind, are a continuous temptation, a packet of aspirins always at one's elbow. Look back through this essay, and for certain you will find that I have again and again committed the very faults I am protesting against. By this morning's post, I have received a pamphlet dealing with conditions in Germany. The author tells me that he felt impelled to write it. I opened it at random, and here is almost the first sentence I see. Quote, the Allies have an opportunity not only of achieving a radical transformation of Germany's social and political structure in such a way as to avoid a nationalistic reaction in Germany itself, but at the same time of laying the foundations of a cooperative and unified Europe. You see, he feels impelled to write, feels presumably that he has something new to say, and yet his words, like cavalry horses answering the bugle, group themselves automatically into a familiar dreary pattern. This invasion of one's mind by ready-made phrases, lay the foundations, achieve a radical transformation, can only be prevented if one is constantly on guard against them, and every such phrase anesthetizes a portion of one's brain. I said earlier that the decadence of our language is probably curable. Those who deny this would argue, if they produced an argument at all, that language merely reflects existing social conditions, and that we cannot influence its development by any direct tinkering with words and constructions. So far as the general tone or spirit of a language goes, this may be true, but it is not true in detail. Silly words and expressions have often disappeared, not through any evolutionary process, but owing to the conscious action of a minority. Two recent examples were Explore Every Avenue and Leave No Stone Unturned, which were killed by the jeers of a few journalists. There is a long list of fly-blown metaphors which could simply be got rid of if enough people would interest themselves in the job, and it should also be possible to laugh the not-un formation out of existence. Footnote. One can cure oneself of the not-un formation by memorizing this sentence. A not-un-black dog was chasing a not-un-small rabbit across a not-un-green field. To reduce the amount, back to the main text, to reduce the amount of Latin and Greek in the average sentence, to drive out foreign phrases and strayed scientific words, and in general to make pretentiousness unfashionable. But all these are minor points. The defense of the English language implies more than this, and perhaps it is best to start by saying what it does not imply. To begin with, it has nothing to do with archaism, with the salvaging of obsolete words and turns of speech, or with setting up of a standard English which must never be departed from. On the contrary, it is especially concerned with the scrapping of every word or idiom which has outworn its usefulness. It has nothing to do with correct grammar and syntax, which are of no importance so long as one makes one's meaning clear, or with the avoidance of Americanisms, or with having what is called a good prose style. On the other hand, it is not concerned with fake simplicity and attempt to make written English colloquial. Nor does it even imply, in every case, preferring the Saxon word to the Latin one, though it does imply using the fewest and shortest words that will cover one's meaning. What is above all needed is to let meaning choose the word and not the other way about. In prose, the worst thing one can do with words is surrender to them. When you think of a concrete object, you think wordlessly, and then, if you want to describe the thing you have been visualizing, you will probably hunt about until you find the exact words that seem to fit it. When you think of something abstract, and you are more inclined to use words from the start, and unless you make a conscious effort to prevent it, the existing dialect will come rushing in and do the job for you, at the expense of blurring or even changing your meaning. Probably it is better to put off using words as long as possible and get one's meanings clear as one can through pictures and sensations. Afterwards, one can choose, not simply accept, the phrases that will best cover the meaning, and then switch around and decide what impression one's words are likely to make on another person. This last effort of the mind cuts out all stale or mixed images, all prefabricated phrases, needless repetitions, and humbug and vagueness generally. But one can often be in doubt about the effect of a word or a phrase, and one needs rules that one can rely on when instinct fails. I think the following rules will cover most cases. 1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech in which you are used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word when a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive where you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. 6. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. These rules sound elementary, and so they are, but they demand a deep change in attitude in anyone who has grown used to writing in the style now fashionable. One could keep all of them and still write bad English, but one could not write the kind of stuff that I quoted in those 5 specimens at the beginning of this article. I have not here been considering the literary use of language, but merely language as an instrument for expressing and not concealing or preventing thought. Stuart Chase and others have come near to claiming that all abstract words are meaningless, and have used this as a pretext for advocating a kind of political quietism. Since you don't know what fascism is, how can you struggle against fascism? One does not need to swallow such absurdities as this, but one ought to recognize that the present political chaos is connected with the decay of language, and that one can probably bring about some improvement by starting at the verbal end. If you simplify your English, you are freed from the worst follies of orthodoxy. You cannot speak any of the necessary dialects, and when you make a stupid remark, its stupidity will be obvious, even to yourself. Political language, and with variations this is true of all political parties, from conservatives to anarchists, is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. One cannot change this all in a moment, but one can at least change one's own habits, and from time to time one can even, if one jeers loudly enough, send some worn-out and useless phrase, some jackboot, Achilles heel, hotbed, melting pot, acid test, veritable inferno, or other lump of verbal refuse into the dustbin where it belongs. So, I'm hoping that some of this will be clear. The relevance to 1984 will be clear here. Some of the things I'd like to point out, the idea of the flashing spectacles, that comes up a lot in 1984. It's very likely he was probably writing this book at the same time, so I suspect that there's no direct line from one to the other. But yeah, there's obviously the concerns of this essay are very much manifested inside of 1984. And again, I think it's the reason why 1984 has an appendix dedicated to the language the party uses, as opposed to the outline of the the structure of the telescreens, because obviously that could have been written as an appendix, either in addition to or as an alternative to. One of the other things that I wanted to say about 1984, and I think it's kind of on display here, is that Orwell, I don't think, gets enough credit for being able to be funny. I love the parody of Ecclesiastes in this. I'll read it again just for the example. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compels the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, but that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. Whereas the original is, I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. I don't know, I think this stuff is really funny. And 1984's humor, I do think I think the ones that stick out to me the most in terms of funny bits is Syme going on at great length, and roughly at that time, this is the time where Winston Smith's thoughts turn to his friend being vaporized. I personally find that very funny, because obviously I'm one of the people who kind of talks too much in conversation. I sort of know that I'm Syme, and but I've also had to listen to a bore, right? And of course, if you're living in a society like Oceania, you're going to imagine you're, the boring speaker being vaporized. There's the moment where he's trying to talk to Julia, and he runs into one of the beetle-looking bureaucrats, and the description, it's so obvious that. It's so obvious that Winston Smith trips the guy, but the description of it is just sort of this accusation that this guy makes, as opposed to, as opposed to Smith. I don't know. I find that kind of funny for a slightly different reason. I just find it kind of funny on its own. But the other one, and I mean, I think this one is really clear, is Parsons, the sweaty neighbor who is too eager. Like, it's quite literally toilet humor, but clearly, him relieving himself, the telescreen demanding that Smith not cover his face. The description of him I believe the phrase is something like using the toilet like loudly and abundantly. And then of course the detail that the pipe is blocked and it stinks up the place. Like, obviously it's a really grim part of the book, but it's kind of hard not to find that funny, right? And I do think it is intentionally funny. So the humor doesn't necessarily serve the point the way that it does in other satire. So like, clearly, if you're thinking of Jonathan Swift, which so far as I can tell, George Orwell was very fond of, Swift definitely seems to use humor to make his point. So this would be something a little bit more of sort of the John Oliver flavor, right? Where, I mean, again, you can get into trouble doing this because there's like the old saying is like, yeah, most of the real news is coming from comedians now. It's like, oh God, just please read a book. But you get the idea, right? I wish I could, by the way, like Politics of the English Language is a wonderful essay. I wish I could write to the ideal that it commands, but I need to get better. But I really do think, if you don't have to look too hard reading Politics in the English Language to see where the preoccupations of 1984 are. And while, again, we should be on the lookout. We should be, I think with any given technology, we should be sort of asking ourselves what the benefit is and what the cost is. I think to reduce 1984 down to a polemic against CCTV cameras sort of misses the much greater point. And I would feel a little bit better if, when I talked with people about 1984, more was made about thoughts and how you express them, and maybe specifically how Winston Smith's thoughts are shaped by the environment that he's in, because that really does seem to be, for the people who lived sort of behind the Iron Curtain, that seemed to be what resonated with them in the book. But let's close out by talking about why I've been reading these and what the future plans are. So Animal Farm and 1984 are, first of all, books that are very much worth reading. And I was very surprised to find out that there were some people in the channel who not only had not read these, but there were actually some people who'd never heard of George Orwell before. And I think he is a writer that is very approachable. So for instance, I love John Milton, but I'm not going to sort of rush and demand that people read Paradise Lost, because that is not necessarily something that somebody who doesn't read a lot would, get a lot of value out of. I think one should aspire to read that excellent poem, but it wouldn't be like I would choose who I would show that to, or who I would recommend that to. I don't have the same difficulty with Orwell. Like, I think Animal Farm still holds up. I still think 1984 holds up. And particularly because 1984 has sort of passed into our language, something that hopefully after this essay you may find that Orwell may not be entirely comfortable with, because it does seem like a few of these phrases have become a bit stale and maybe aren't quite hitting the meaning that they were intended to have. I don't know. I feel like it's something that people can enjoy reading, enjoy interacting with, but it doesn't present the same kind of challenge that, reading Finnegan's Wake would if you're not much of a reader. for those of you that know, Finnegan's Wake is a book by a writer named James Joyce, which is somewhat famous for its difficulty and its very unusual style. It is one that is studied very carefully, and one that does not have, it's one that I think a lot of people will have very strong arguments as to what it's about, basically. I think one of Joseph Campbell's first books was on Finnegan's Wake, but anyways. So I think on its own, there's value in sharing these works with people, because they are works that I wish more people knew about. They're ones that I think people... These are things that I think people will enrich their lives by being exposed to one way or another. And if you are not inspired to go and pick up Animal Farm or 1984 or some of these essays yourself, obviously the world will continue spinning. But hopefully reading them aloud will give people a good, will give people an excuse to become exposed to these ideas. Maybe even follow them further. These are not the only books that Orwell wrote. I'm actually reading Down and Out in Paris and London now. Not something I'll do on stream, but something that I wanted to do for myself. I also have his collected essays and letters, so I'm slowly working through that, but I want to read Down and Out in Paris and London first. But the other reason for doing this is not just the inherent value of these works on their own, because you can make that argument for a number of things that are in the public domain. Again, with the exception of 2 countries in the case of Orwell. The other reason would be that I do think they're directly relevant to the game that we just played, not for broadcast, but the games that I'm going to be playing in future. For the next few streams, I'm going to be playing the game Orwell, and there's 2. There's Orwell Keeping an Eye on You, and Orwell, is it Ignorance is Strength? Anyways, there's 2 episodes for Orwell. It is definitely, like, if you're going to name your game Orwell, the reference is clear, and you definitely play the role of someone monitoring. So if you are Winston Smith in that, you are definitely not working for the Ministry of Truth. You are, you're definitely working on one of the telescreens. And it does mean that I suspect I've not actually played the game, so we'll be picking up on some details together. But it does seem to be that the focus is much more on the surveillance side of things, which, sort of as I talked about before, I think sometimes is giving a little bit too much emphasis on something in the book that I don't think merits the amount of attention that it's gotten before. But the aim has been to try and find some references that are not other games to overall enjoy the experience of playing the game. I like Not for Broadcast more because I've seen the Film Network and because I have read Orwell. And I've read others too, like Milton had some, Milton wrote Areopagitica, for instance. There's a lot. This is a very long conversation that has been going on pretty much since Plato and the expulsion of the poets, right? This is in the Republic. And I'd like to hope that at least a little bit of an exposure to some of the conversation that these games are taking part in will create an overall greater enjoyment of those games. For the same reason that I really love reading the works of Ovid. And for those of you that don't know, Ovid wound up being a very big inspiration for Shakespeare. There are things that are pretty much pulled straight out of Ovid in Shakespeare. And while Shakespeare is perfectly enjoyable on its own, being able to understand those references in that source material creates a greater enjoyment of those plays. And so in this particular case here, if I'm going to be playing Not for Broadcast and now 2 games, this game quite literally being named Orwell, it seemed like a good idea not just to potentially expose people who aren't familiar with this author to some things that I think are very enriching, but I'm also hoping that our experience of the game will be enhanced by being exposed to some of these ideas, and we can, I suppose, at the very least, we can ask whether or not it's they took maybe the right ideas from the works that they're sort of aligning themselves with. And ultimately, to me, these are the things that continue to make some games and some movies and just different things that I engage with all the more entertaining. And I hope you get something of the same out of it. I know I can't control people's thoughts and reactions, and it's clear, some of the discussion we had after 1984 is that I am sometimes being misunderstood in terms of the emphasis that I'm placing on some ideas, and I think that sometimes means that I need to be a little bit more careful in terms of how I communicate some of these ideas. But with any luck, having been, especially if you haven't encountered Orwell before, you'll join us for the next few streams, and we'll see how well the developers of Orwell read and reacted to 1984. I'm done for tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. For those of you who are interested in the Orwell episodes, that is going to be the usual Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm going to try and start around 7 o'clock, but obviously for games, it's a little bit less important. For the games, it's going to be a little bit less important if you you come in a little bit later. For those of you who missed Animal Farm, I think it may still be on the VODs on Twitch, but that is now live on YouTube. So that was done in one run. For those of you who wanted 1984, parts 1, 2, and 3 will now be on the VODs on Twitch, and those are eventually going to make their way to YouTube before the 2 weeks are up on Twitch. So you'll be able to listen to all of those there. I'm sorry I couldn't do 1984 all in one going, but that would have meant probably somewhere between a 9 to 11 hour stream. And you got a bonus politics in the English language in that as well. So I'm hoping. Actually, sorry, Carlo, if you don't mind me asking, did you like politics in the English language? Did you think that was a good essay, or was it meh? I'm going to be hosting Johnny Big Time for the end of this, by the way, so please don't go away. I think Johnny's a wonderful streamer. He's currently doing Fall Guys, but I will. I'll prep it up here. You obviously don't need to answer that if you don't want to, Carlo, but I'm curious. I like interacting with people. I particularly like finding out whether or not these things are working. I'll hit the host button, not to. You watch Twitch while gaming, so I wasn't fully focused on it, but it was interesting. Okay, that's cool. I mean, the thing is, I like writing. I'm not a great writer. Well, I'm not a good writer, frankly. But I really like reading that stuff. And I'm hoping one day, like, I become a better reader and a better writer. I think reading that stuff is worthwhile. But yeah, if any of that stuff's interesting to you, Carlo, please do check out the previous videos, because I think 1984 is a solid book, and you may enjoy the movie more when you see some of the ideas that they took from the book, and maybe some of the ones that they didn't. But I don't want to deny you Johnny anymore. Johnny's a high energy guy. Fall Guys is definitely a fun one. I don't know if he's playing with friends or not, but I'm going to hang out with him a little bit for tonight while I get some work done. Have a great evening. I'll see some of you on Monday. Thank you for watching.